quickly, though. As is normal with things. It's not like the heat'll be on or anything. Hunter Call of the Wild. What did they update? Oh, Mississippi. Nice. Look, finishing projects doesn't mean I finish every single project. Oh, whoops, I'm still my summer car. Science. I keep forgetting that. Science and tech. Done. There we go. All right, I'm out of the forbidden category. Dave's emotes only work best when you're in light mode. Like, that works really well. Because it's just like somebody drew a face on a whiteboard. I've been able to catch a Dave stream lately. He streams like at exactly the time that I'm supposed to be asleep. As if I'd be asleep. Look at the circles under my fucking eyes. Oh my god. Fusion's downloading an update right now, so I'm in stop motion mode. I'm currently under a 1990s video filter. This is coming through my video toaster. People on the Discord are just ripping me for using light mode. They always do, Groovy. I don't think they understand like what it's like to have a computer that sits in front of a window with sunlight. I'm in a basement. I don't understand, except for the fact that I have the face light. Stop looking at me. I have that, which is basically a sun. Dark mode's great and all, and I had to switch dark mode over for when I'm doing programming because otherwise I end up killing people. But, you know, I'm keeping Fusion 360 in light mode. He hasn't streamed in a while? Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. I just haven't seen him around. Usually he streams like when I wake up, he's like, yeah, we had a long stream today. See you later. And then he goes offline and I'm like, oh. Oh, well. There we go. Restart. Those guys are cool. They all hate me, though. A little group of streamers. I think I'm a piece of shit. Light mode is fine, except at night. Dim all the lights. Oh, wait. Where's chat? You guys should be up on screen. What the hell? What the hell? Lord. Oh, Chatterino's connected. Oh, it's just... I have to have it up. I can't minimize it. That's what it is. We all hate you. Oh, okay, that makes sense, yeah. Have you seen the Boring Company's flamethrower? Yeah, I've said many times that it's not a flamethrower. You can literally just buy it. It's like a brush torch. People use them for getting rid of snow on sidewalks and stuff. Although I don't think you're allowed to use them for snow everywhere. There's laws. But it's literally not a flamethrower. It's a torch. And actually, there's a version of it that, you know, without the stupid gun plastic on it, that is sold for charring steaks. You sous vide a steak and then you char it with this torch. Like dark mode at night? Yeah, usually do keep Twitch on dark mode from the laptop. Otherwise, yeah, you fall asleep without it. Trade Splatter, hey! You're subbing because you hate me. It's a hate sub. Yes, thank you. That's the only way that I earn them around here. 15 months, though. Thank you. Dim all the lights at night. If I open something up in light mode, I get blinded. Yeah, that's why we've turned over to dark mode for programming, because a lot of my viewers are overseas, and they got about a 5-hour difference on them, and I don't wanna blow them up. They'll like. I'm gonna burp. Okay, I'm back. All right, where are we? We're in Norn. And then we got the full Norn case, and we'll get to that pretty soon, actually. We have very little to do with Octopedal. Yeah, it looks like Cannibal Corpse isn't here. He knew a little bit about USB and stuff. I'm sure there are others of you that know more about it, but we kind of uncovered something that might be a little bit of a problem with the Octopedal, in that it doesn't allow the computer to go to sleep. And so I don't think there's anything we can do about that now, but I was wondering if there was something in the USB stuff that I need to alter in order to make that work. Maybe it's just the device ID stuff. This is a cool mix. I like this. A little bit more ambient. It's also completely lagged out from Fusion 360 trying to open a project. That is nice. Hey, it's me, a video toaster delay effect. Whoa! I don't know if you guys are seeing that, but what it's doing for me is I've got like significant, it's like frame, wait, frame, wait, frame. It doesn't, nothing in the encoding says that it's happening. It's just my computer having too much to do at once is instigating a delay. So I get like blurry freeze frames. What's Sips doing? Minecraft! I guess they did just have an update, right? You done? Good. It's so nice when you can use other people's 3D models. Look at how good that looks. It really does look great. It's not my 3D model. None of this. You only see a bit of blurry? Yeah, because I see like pauses. Because I'm seeing it, I think it's 60 FPS. I should be broadcasting it at 60 FPS, which, boy howdy, that does a number on the hard drives. But yeah. Good to know, man. Thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I see it at the higher frame rate, and when it starts getting laggy, instead of just seeing my hands move, it'll be like this with blurs on it, obviously. It's weird looking. It looks like it looks like a common, like I said, like a 90s like video toaster kind of thing. I need to move so that I'm actually center frame, or a bit more center frame. This is about where I should. This is where I'm blocked out to be, you know. The wonders of slow-moving chat. The wonders of slow-moving chat. Those idiotic comments can linger. Yeah, we should lock the positions in. I want to do my own case for this just because it'll be cool. Oh, I'm definitely calling you idiot. Yeah, that was a dumb comment. Are those lined up? I think they are. This is basically the power of GrabCAD. What was it, GrabCAD? GrabCAD and it's not Thingiverse, because Thingiverse only gives you STLs, which sound like something horrible. Thingiverse only gives you STIs. No, they only give you STLs, and so those are a bunch of like polygons. Those are a bunch of polygons that just like don't necessarily take on all the nuance of a 3D model. These are from, I want to say it's GrabCAD, but I think it's something else. I forget which one it is. But then the manufacture parts for the switches, and then I just imported them all and aligned them as best I could. And you can see like there's a bit of a discrepancy. These aren't exactly the right part. They've got 2 additional pins back here. No, I didn't fix the grounding issue. I don't know why they spaced the, I mean, I would have done the same thing, but this is a positive power plane right here, and they spaced it very tightly, and this is a much larger hole, and I thought, I might as well, I could just drill this out. So I drilled it out, and it turns out over here, drilling it out over here, this is a ground plane. So we got a ground plane and a power plane, and they both met the ground plane of the screen. So I've got a little bit of an issue with using metal standoffs. I want to design plastic standoffs in this thing. So we'll get there. This is a Norn, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know what a Norn is. I have one. It's sitting right here. This is a Norn. Mono Norn. It works with a mono sort of ecosystem of musical devices, and I don't know what it does. It makes cool sounds. Yeah, I literally just said about 6 times that I don't know what it does. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it does. I plug it in. It makes cool noises. It's for a friend of mine who's a musician. I don't know. Maybe in music devices it's common. I would assume that in music devices having like a power plane in order to get rid of noise, because it's strictly for the audio in and out. Yeah, apparently it's normal for audio devices. I'm not fully aware of that, but I have heard of that. Look at all the Z fighting that's going on. I guess you can't really see it, but there's like little polygonal bands coming out of the holes when I view it just right. Right there. See that? Those little bands? Maybe you can't. There's these little lines coming out of the holes on the planes here, like right around there. Oops. No, come back. Metronomic Live, providing me with preamble music to my stream. You guys check him out when you get a chance, because he's awesome. Is that a Dodge remote? Oog. Yeah, that is. Those are cute. They're very unique. She goes for like the red top, and that kind of sets it apart. That's part of why I did the yellow-ish kind of emotes. That, and I was stealing Google Blob emotes. I still am. It's this big, dude. Yeah, I don't get a chance to watch hers either. This song is a banger. I like this. That touch on the bottom? Kind of is. Looking for that overlay. There we are. Pull you up a little bit. Then lock it back down. There's like a half cut off there. I need to kind of, I think maybe the cropping looks like it died. Like chat crop. There we go. Oh dear God, the microscope is like super light mode. We gotta work on that. Hold on. I mean, like, you know, you're cruising around looking for me to like punish you, but it's just not. You can just do whatever, man. Like I'm not that strict. You're only just being annoying, you know? All right. Configure video. Actually, if I turn off all the auto stuff right now, oh, it's already got all the settings into it. Why is it so light? Well, it's because I restarted OBS. So we go down to 30 FPS. time. Do all the projects at once. Probably want to do that on the mill. I don't want to 3D print that because everything else is metal. You know what? It would probably be okay with 3D print because they do actually have very large threads. I don't like it. I'll probably have to do it on the mill. I'll do just like a thread adapter. Yeah, do all the projects all the time, all at once. Do it. Just do it, streamer. Do the thing. Do the thing I say. Uh-oh. What expired? What expired? Oh, Detork gifted me a sub to Metronomic 3 minutes ago. Hey, thank you, Detork. Appreciate that, man. I know it's not like I like, you know, I'm not on Metronomic stream right now, so I can't say thanks in the chat. Nice tunes. It's not me. I didn't do it. This is all Metronomic Live. You go check out his stream, man. He runs a good stream. Are you finishing the pedal today? Yeah, we don't have much to do on that. Basically, I'm just gonna do the masking tape thing that I talked about before. We put the new top on. That's it. That's the end of it. There's something with USB, and I don't know, Rip and Dip, if you know anything about USB and the Digispark. Because what's going on is the Digispark is, I think, keeping the computer awake when it's plugged in. And OctoJ tried to test it, but I think his setup is a little weird, so he doesn't know. Maybe he can ask his lady friend if it's happening to her computer too, if it just stays awake when this thing is plugged in, because that may be something that we can fix in the software, and probably not something that I'm going to fix for this one before I ship it, because I really want to ship this and a couple other things out at the end of the week, because I'm leaving this side of the country. I'm leaving the East Coast for 10 days. It's my first vacation in forever. I'm getting out of here right before Omicron. And then I'll be back. And then I'll be back, and we'll be back for the rest of January. Sorry, for the rest of December. I'm gonna do game streams for the rest of December when I get back, and for the rest of the week. Yeah, I'm not doing a cannonball run. I do kind of wish I was driving, but I don't have a couple days to spare. I'm just gonna fly out and come back. And it's not for a job interview with Linus Tech Tips. I wish it was. I wish it was. Why does he ignore chat? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I wonder what it's like to be streaming. Imagine streaming. Cringe. ignoring your chat, but when chat starts moving, I can't catch everything. Is the mailman a VIP? If they were on Twitch, those two people who came in when I made that Facebook post, they are now VIPs on this channel because they are actual people that I know. Are we already berating chat? I don't know if you've been around for a little while, but you'll find out why in a minute. Oh, Cannibal Jeeves, I meant to ask. You know slightly more about USB and stuff. With the foot pedal, I think it's preventing the computer from going to sleep. And I don't really know the mechanism behind that. Octopedal looked into it a little bit, and he couldn't go into the device manager to tell it to not wake up the computer. So I think what's going on is that something in the Digispark code is maybe just constantly being checked or something like that. I don't know. The Dark Physicist, thank you for the follow. Badidu man, thank you for the follow. This is a program. What are seg faults? I don't even know what that is. Here. So it's Digispark with digijoystick.h. And then this is a special WS2812 driver that's a lot lighter. You have no idea. All right, you're same category. Yeah, you knew slightly more about USB the day we worked on this. But oh, you know what? It was more about coding than USB. All right. Seagulls? What? What are you talking about? What's that? Yeah, I don't know what it is. The updates and the checks. I mean, what is our setup doing? Or what's our loop doing? Read, fade, do the joystick with a delay of 1. The delay is in there specifically so it doesn't destroy all of your USB stuff, right? Otherwise it would just run very quickly and your computer would slow down. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll have to post that when more people come in. Post the question to chat, see if anybody knows. But all of my active people are here right now, so. Oh, seagulls instead of seg faults. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Don't know what those are. Let's learn. Segmentation fault. Common condition that causes programs to crash are often associated with a file named core. Okay. Reference to a variable falls outside the segment where that variable resides. Oh, so scope. It's a scope error. Yeah, we don't have anything like that in the program. The program is very simple. It's not really doing a whole hell of a lot. It's a lot of the stuff in the background that runs the joystick. We'll get started in just a minute. It'll take us like 4 seconds to finish the Octopedal project, but I need to get that done. You can clean up a little bit, but we're going to be doing Fusion 360 a little bit today. That's really where the meat is, because I need to finish this Norn. I want to get it out of here. It's not gonna take us 2 hours. I just need to do the UV glue on the eyes. It's 30 gauge. You were close. Seg fault's probably a misnomer nowadays as it refers to segmented memory. Ah, okay. I know, 60 gauge is like a hair. That's what I'm thinking too, the loops in the program, because when the program loops, it would be, we're not doing anything advanced with the USB, so it's constantly kind of updating the computer on what the status of it is. Now, I've had this plugged in for over 24 hours before, just to be sure that everything's working right, and it does. I'm wondering if it needs like a sleep mode or something. Like if it reads a difference, then it'll update. This is it's a USB foot pedal that just basically pushes a button on a joystick, and that joystick button is used as push to talk. So it's a push to talk pedal. Hey, Mahalo. Saying hello, mahalo. Isn't that redundant? I don't listen. I don't even, oh yeah, it's aloha is hello. That's right. What is mahalo again? Mahalo's thank you. I worked for a company called Mahalo that owned Hackaday for a little bit. I think maybe what needs to happen is this needs to read, and if there's a change, send an update. Otherwise, sit. That may be, I may be wrong. That may be how it works already. I just haven't looked at this code for a long time, so I don't know. It's on GitHub, I believe. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. I don't remember. I think all this stuff for this is on GitHub. Let's get started. Yeah, that's actually time for coffee. That's actually exactly what OctoJ tried last night when we were troubleshooting it. He tried to go in Device Manager. He couldn't find the device. He didn't know where it was. It's showing up, I think, as like whatever the Digispark shows up. Let's fade out. Let's fade out gracefully. I actually faded it out that time. I didn't do the same joke that I've been doing for like 4 years. Get rid of start soon. Hello. Welcome. So a note on the holiday schedule before I get going here. So from the 13th till I think right before Christmas, I'm not around. So I'm not going to stream. I'm not going to do IRL streams while I'm not around. I'm taking a break. So what am I going to be doing until the holiday? Well, we have 2 streams apart from this one. If I can finish off these 2 projects, Octopedal and the Norn, then I am going to go and do game streams because I want to play video games. I don't want to work because there's nothing that we can feasibly like get done before I go on vacation, and things are in a state where I'd like to resume and sort of, you know, work on them again. In the meantime, I've got Octopedal to finish and I've got the Norn to finish. Oh, what was I going to say? Sorry. When I come back, there's still a little bit of time before January, right? So in that time before January, I might just do periodic. I might go right back to my schedule, let's be honest, for the week between, but I want to do game streams in the meantime. So that's like 3 or 4 game streams before the end of the year, and then we'll get right back into projects. I think that'll be good. I need a little bit of a break. I think I'm less creative as a result of the work schedule, so let's try to get the creative juices back up and flowing. We'll relax in the meantime. And then we'll get back to projects. So for today, we are working on the Norn and the Octopedal. Octopedal is 99.9% done. I mean, all I really need to do with that is take the new 3D print and fill the eyes in the way that looks good. The way that looks good is by using blue painter's tape because it gives a nice matte finish on the ultraviolet epoxy. So we'll do ultraviolet epoxy and then light it up, and we can see that on the thermal cameras doing all kinds of cool stuff. And then we will pretty much be done with Octopedal. There's still a problem with Octopedal, though. And maybe I'll explain that when we get more people in here later in the afternoon. That was a very loud clicking noise. Are we having power problems? Everything in here is on a power backup because we've got overhanging lines that supply the neighborhood that are surrounded by trees. So if it gets a little windy, might be some issues. So I heard some loud clicking noises over there. I think everything's all right, though. Anyway, with Octopedal, what's happening is when it's plugged into the computer, it's preventing it from going to sleep. So I don't know what's going on with that. I think maybe there needs to be a little bit more of a... I may need to change the philosophy in the way the program itself works. I'm going to burp. Okay, a little change in the philosophy in the way the program works. Instead of it constantly updating, because it'll just go through and update. I think what needs to happen is if there's a change in the state of the pedal, it may need to talk to the computer at that point. I'm not going to do that today because that's a large, not a large undertaking, but it's a bit of an undertaking. And right now this pedal works, so I'm going to finish it and, you know, ship it. If I need to, I guess I can instruct OctoJ and his cohorts on how to update the software on it, but then that means they'll need to install Digispark, which sucks. Digispark's weird. But yeah, maybe they could do that and upload new code if necessary. I don't have anything to test it with. I guess I could just program a Digispark itself to do that. Yeah, maybe I do have stuff to test it with. But anyway, let's finish up what we're doing with the Octopedal, and then we can work on the Norn. Push your source code. I don't know how to do it in programming, stuff like that. I do embedded stuff. I don't, man, don't you judge me. All right, so they finally tire themselves out. Blue tape and ultraviolet epoxy. Name a better combo. Let's get this thing going. Pull then push. I don't know these things. I don't know how to do this stuff. Okay? I don't know GitHub. So what I want to do is I want to fill in these with clear epoxy, but I want just the front of the eyes to be a matte finish. This stuff does a pretty good job of leaving a matte finish on things. So let's just put this on there, fill the eye holes, and then get some ultraviolet on them. I really want them to be pushed in, but they might have to be a little bit. I guess that'll make them visible from multiple angles. But I mean, I want to make sure that the blue tape creates a seal, because otherwise I'm going to get leaky eyes. My eyes, they're leaky. Be cool to kind of like paint fill this. I think that'll be good, right? I think that's pressed in there pretty good. I want the leak. I got leaky eyes. All right, let's try that. And hopefully my UV epoxy is still, yeah. Somebody sprayed water on my eyes. Let's see what this stuff is like. Let's do a little test. All right, still liquid. Here, let's set this and see what it looks like against the blue tape before I commit. So I need to block ultraviolet from getting to that syringe. Put that over there. Get the UV. Pen light. I never knew that this was an exothermic reaction. I never knew. Is it? Ah, ow. That's actually legit. That's hot. Owie. That is way hotter than the, you know, the ultraviolet coming off of this thing is not hot, but like that hurt. I did not know that. Woof. Who knew? Who knew? I don't know how long it takes for this to set. I think it's like a minute or something, right? Man, that legit was hot. That's crazy. Whatever polymers are in there are set off by the ultraviolet knocking off a myrrh or something like that. You knocked off my myrrh. I'm no longer a polymer. Get it? Chemistry. All right, I'm gonna let that set for a little bit. I mean, this stuff is pretty instant. That's wild how hot that got. Unprecedented. So here's the finish that I'm looking for the eyes. For my eyes, my brand. That matte finish is what I'm looking for. Pretty nice. on the front of the eyeball, what that's going to do is it's going to transmit light from behind, and then it'll spread the light. Hold on, let me try to get under this. I can't. I need my tweezers. Where did I put them? The desk is a mess. I don't know where my tweezers are. Hold on, I'll find them. All right, I'll just use a knife. Use a knife. Flip it over. Microscope still doesn't look good. Anyway, so that's the clear side, and then the side with the blue tape on it looks like that, which is a nice, it's out of focus, is a nice matte finish. So when the light hits that, it'll spread out, and the eyes will appear to glow blue as they're supposed to. So that's what I'm going for. That's what I forgot about the last one that we built. That's the wrong view. That's the right view. There you go. Yeah, that's on the sticky side. Yeah. That's what I just did. That was on this side, which is the sticky stuff, not this side. This side has its own unique texture as well, but I can't seal that. This is the side that I can seal, and it's got, you know, the nice matte texture to it when the glue dries. All right, let's do it then. Where'd the syringe? Oh yeah, the syringe of glue I put way off to the side. So I want to make sure that I don't get bubbles in this. So I got to go all the way to the bottom there. See if I can't inject it from the bottom. Fill it up to the top. Should I actually like inject it into the corners? All the way up to the top. And I think I want it to bubble out a little bit so it captures more of the light. That's pretty good. There's 1,000 ways I can mess this up, and it's only a, what, 4-hour print? 4 hours wasted so easily. Light them up. So yeah, this light, a little bit of heat coming off of it, right? A little bit of heat coming off of it, but not much. You can see the heat kind of propagating into the plastic there a little bit. Not nearly as much as, for instance, right now, my fingerprint almost immediately makes that pretty bright. You can see a little bit of heat. I can get close to body temperature with this, but even just the exposure of the light that was cast into it nonchalantly, this is starting to get really, really hot. Whatever's happening in there, it's like a spring-loaded mechanism. There's a lot of potential energy in it. And when light hits it, it breaks off something that causes it to solidify or start to react. Maybe that additional energy causes it to start to react. Pretty cool. I never knew this about, yeah, you lies. You can, it's so awesome. So yeah, let's do whatever happens with that. I wonder what the chemistry is. What is the chemistry behind it? I bet there's, you know, somebody probably knows what the chemistry is behind this, but it's cool because it's like a spring-loaded mechanism. Because it sure is releasing more energy than I'm putting into it. Never seen a cornea idea for a decorative flare on a print. God damn it, Dire Desire. Stop it! Damn it! Ultraviolet light, la 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 la. I'm just making sure that this absolutely definitely adheres. Oh man, we got a paragraph. UV glue is a typical type, is a type of adhesive that requires photochemical reaction for curing. Technically, UV glue is a polymer. Told you it was full of MERS. That relies on exposure to ultraviolet light to allow for cross-linking. Aha! Thus creating a more solid structure at the molecular level. You're turning those MERS into more polymer. Thus creating more solid structure at molecular level. This is in contrast to other adhesives that rely on drying. Process that either takes longer time or requires exposure to high temperatures. Well, I mean, there is high temperature here. When exposed to UV light, the components of UV adhesives overcome the activation energy needed to cross-link. So we're linking the MERS. I thought we were blowing away MERS, and that's what was causing such an endothermic reaction, but that's cool. So that little bit of additional energy, it's like when you have the water bottle at completely freezing temperatures, and you like poke it, and then it flash freezes over. Alrighty-roo. That should probably be solid by now. I indeed said exothermic. Certainly aren't endothermic, because that light's not providing us with enough energy to be endothermic. Octopedal. Man, that's so cool. Now, see, the thing is, when we did this before, it was still a little juicy all the way down at the side of the tape. So I don't know how to overcome that. That's why I'm being careful about how much heat I'm putting in, because the entire purpose, or sorry, of how much light I'm putting in, the entire purpose of what we're doing right now is trying to get this stuff to solidify against the tape. And if it does so, then we'll have that nice matte texture of the adhesive side of the tape on the front of the eyeballs. On my eyeballs. So I'm just making sure that I get enough light into the thing in order to get all of it activated. I want those MERS to become polymers. That's literally, like, so poly, multi, and MER is what? Like the... I forget what MER means. But yeah, the MERS are the molecular structure, and the poly indicates that there's a lot of them. That's what polymers are, the linked chains of complicated molecules that then end up becoming interesting structures, right? No, more than 3 MERS. 3 MERS. Look at those MERS over there, galloping around. You are the worst horse chemist ever. Yep, exothermic heat is being generated. Endothermic means it's taking heat in order to do stuff. So the fact that this is an exothermic reaction means if I put a little bit of energy into it, the amount of energy that it's using to link the MERS are actually releasing a lot of heat. Oh man, Dire has not stopped. Everything out of Dire Desire right now. Right click ban. Wouldn't the plastic melt? Maybe. I mean, it might soften the plastic up significantly. It's certainly not getting to the what is it? Oh crap, what is my printing temperature? 210 or something like that. See? It's a lot of heat required. It's probably softening the plastic, but not enough to change its structure. I have a disease. I got the pun disease. It's not very punny. Oof. All right, this should look good. This should be the end of this project for now. Why are we abusing Dire Desire? He's doing it to me. He's the one doing the psychic torture of constant puns. That's a war. That's against the Geneva Convention. Yeah, the hex infill is one of the differences on this particular one that I print. The one previously I was still using gyroid, which is a fun thing to say. But this hex pattern will actually show through when the red light hits it. So when it gets hit by red light, it'll become it transmits more of the red light, and you can see some of the hex patterns in it, which makes it look high tech. This garbage here, I can't really do anything about. That's just how it's gonna look. If I really, really improve my printer, I probably could get over some of that. Sorry, I'm hiccuping a lot. I had a deli Italian hoagie. Cannibal Jeebus gifted a sub to Dire Desire. Thank you, Cannibal Jeebus. We do it out of love, Dire Desire. Actually, we do. You know what? There's no love for puns. Let me rescind that comment. Let's turn the dial back a little bit on that one. Yeah, I had an Italian, part of an Italian hoagie, a proper Italian hoagie from a deli, and it had good olive oil on it, but it had, like, you know, it's like salad dressing on meat, which is not a good combination for heartburn. So I'm a little heartburny. It's cooling off. It's cooling off. It's almost there. Cool off. The the sweet peppers from that deli. I was eating this sandwich and I took a bite and it was a freaking pepper stem. Whatever they used to slice the sweet peppers, they just put a whole sweet pepper in there. They didn't cut the stem at all. like animals. That's crazy. All right, I think we're ready for the reveal, huh? I think we're ready for the reveal. That's not the reveal. That's not the reveal. That's just okay. My work area. Get out of my work area, everything. We got like significant frame rate issues on this camera. All right. Yeah. That's not perfect. There was a bubble. See what I mean about bubbles? God damn it. I wonder if I can do anything about that. I mean, yeah, it almost would be a start over. I could try to put a little bit of UV glue on that. I mean, from a distance, you could still see it. Yeah, I think what I can do is put just a little dab of UV glue on that, and then put the tape back over. Let's try it. Try it. Now's the time for trying stuff. So I got to be real careful with the plunger on this. I mean, I am using a needle. I am an adult. Did that even go in? It didn't. Heard that before. Yeah, I didn't actually add anything. Yeah, I don't have a vacuum chamber. TYVM. What kind of chicken shit operation do you think I'm running here? Like coax the bubble out? No, okay. That's all right. We'll fix that when we put the tape back over it. There's still a bubble in there. Jesus Christ, get the fuck. There we go. No, I just introduced a whole new one. Just hold on. From suck to blow. Shut up, chat. Bad enough. Get a little piece of wire. Maybe I can just dab it. I think what I'm seeing is not a bubble, but a, is that a, no, I think that is a bubble. Yeah, it is a bubble. Chat, shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. What is your problem? Do this, streamer, do that. Do what I say. Use a machine. Do it like they do in YouTube videos. Obviously, you have all the equipment they have. Please, you're ruining it. Where am I? Here we are. I want to lock that bubble in, you know? You guys done? Are you done? Yeah, the troll tired themselves out. All right, so I'm gonna remove a little bit of material from this. You guys are about to earn that emote only mode, huh? Because you guys can't handle a little bit of drama in the project. You gotta get toxic. All right, so I think I need just a little bit more on that, and it looks like it's a little bit, a little bit of a bubble in there, but I think what I can do is just give it just a little dollop. That's a lot. And a bubble. Literally just put a bubble down in there. Take a knife. These bubbles are very persistent in this stuff. Look at this. Get out of my project, bubble. What are you doing there? It's like a perfect sphere that I just can't get rid of. You fucking... All right, fine. Do this, do that. Do what I say. You should get rid of the bubble, streamer. That's like real persistent in there, huh? Keep trying to suck it. But it won't have it. It's just re-injecting a new bubble. That's... No, there's a giant bubble in there. God damn. See there? There it's... no, I think it's reforming. Yeah, see right there. I almost knocked it out, but I don't think tapping it is going to do anything at all. Tapping just settles it. Like the neighbor's dogs bark if I go too crazy on it. The needle doesn't do anything. Look. You guys keep suggesting the same stuff over and over again, and it's like, bro. Ugh. Try to pop out the eyes. All right, let me wipe this and start over again. What do I have to wipe it? I'm gonna get some paper towel. I'm basically just gonna wipe it with my finger to get rid of the UV epoxy. It hasn't gone off yet, so because there's not a whole lot of UV light over there. Man, Twitch cannot handle this stuff, huh? I know. Do what I say. Streamer! It'd be nice to play games, then you guys can't be as toxic. You guys know I'm not actually like a marionette, right? I'm not actually a marionette. So what are we looking at there? Is it an actual, like, frame of a bubble that went off, or is it an actual bubble sitting in there? Maybe I need to scrape it away a little bit. Why is my phone buzzing? I don't know if there's much I could do about that. It's got like a bubble shape, but it's not actually... Maybe it'll go away. Much like my chat. Maybe it'll just go away. See, that one we can see physically moving around. Or not. It's like that bubble just has perfect surface tension. See, it looks like I'm moving it, but then nothing fills in the absence. What the fuck? Maybe it's just optics that are making it look like that. Undefeatable bubble. Because it does look like I'm actually manipulating it a little bit there. But yeah, there's nothing I can do to like get rid of it. I'm poking into the damn thing. I don't think it is moving. Let's remove material directly from it, and there you go. Still there. What the hell? That might have done it. That might have done it. Oh, God damn it. Look at how big that bubble is. Yeah, the only way that they typically do this is by putting it in a chamber with vacuum, and then the gas expands, and that's enough for it to break its little surface tension thing it's got going on over there. Ooh, just wait, I might have just broken into the chamber. That might have been, okay, there. That might have been a sealed bubble that I just filled in. How's it going? Nothing. How are you? How's it going, client? We did the fill on the eyes of the new print, and there was a bubble. What I was afraid of. I'm trying to wipe around the eyes right now, and then I'll put tape back on them, and then I'll seal it up. Yeah. So it was actually like a sealed bubble. So let's do some of this, and I'll get a piece of tape. Oops, put that tape the wrong way down. I had glue on the other side of that. A piece of blue tape. Put that down on the thing. See, can we see the outline? Okay. That might force some of the material out in a way. That's why I tried to remove as much as I could. But what we're trying to do is use the adhesive part of the tape as a texture. So now that that's covered over, I think I can activate the glue. Oh, that hurt my eyes for some reason. Hopefully we can activate it through the tape. I'll get it from the other side too. God, that UV light is particularly bright today. Should be the left eye, right? Yeah. It's getting a little warm. Not much so. Gotta make sure that that goes off because I want that texture. That's the important part about the little patchwork. But this should look pretty good. One thing we were talking about, Octoj, is potentially turning the microcontroller to do stuff as a result of action instead of always updating. And that might be what the problem is. But that would mean I need to do... Yeah, this is a UV pen... Wait a minute. You're right, this is not. That's a regular light. That was a regular pen light. I'm smart. That was a regular pen light. You can see now it very much goes off, very much reacts. Derp. There's probably a little UV component to that. Yeah, look at that. UV light bleeding through the tape. But yeah, the software, if I do an update on it at some point so that computers can go to sleep while this thing is plugged in, I'm gonna have to turn it into like a change engine. So if the button is pressed, like the microcontroller will constantly pull the button, but if the button is pressed, then it'll send something over USB, and I think that'll allow the computer to go to sleep. But I think the software might already work like that. That might already be what's there. I don't know though. Because I feel like that's the way that I would have programmed it if I were programming it. I feel like that's what I would have already done. Okay. A little bit of exposure to UV. Never hurt anybody. Actually, it hurts millions of people year-round. That's a completely wrong statement. Yeah, it's something to do later. I'm not going to do it on this one. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, because if I do an update, that means that I need to tell you guys how to do an update, which is annoying in and of itself. It's still fucking there. God damn it. None of the glue around that thing's set. What the fuck? This thing is fucking with me. Hold on. Streamer! Streamer! Put it in a vacuum chamber, streamer! Please, you have to! Let me get the bubbles out of the syringe here. Streamer, this is my show! It's my show, not yours, streamer. That did not go in there. Don't worry, chat. I have everything I need to fix this. You guys can just sit there and look pretty, all right? Problem is I'm getting UV glue all over my freaking body. All right. So I need to just barely tap the end of this thing to inject it. Or not, or it can just start leaking because I accidentally touched the plunger a little bit. Please. Why is it doing this to me, you know? This is why I wanted to be careful about injecting the glue into there to try to make sure that it would not form a bubble like this. And I probably should have pressed this all the way up to the corner first. Otherwise it forms a bubble like this. The thing is, the surface tension is just not letting it happen. There's a little cavity that's bubble-shaped. Seems like it's perfect to prevent me from filling this with UV glue. If chat were doing this, they wouldn't make this mistake. But if they, but they would also know exactly how to fix it. Apparently. That looks like I filled it with glue. A little bit. Now it looks like it's not filled with glue. The problem is the optics on this, is I can't see whether or not there's glue in there. Yeah. It always is. It always is. Just trying to do right by this thing and make it look right. Damn it. This is frustrating. No, I don't have anything to make a vacuum chamber, guys. For the last time. I don't even have a suction cup that could do anything with this. Code Rushed! Rating with a party of 6. How you doing, Code Rushed? How's everything going? How's it going, eh? Trying to get rid of a bubble in the eye of Octopedal. You've got a bubble in his eye. You're the bubble of my eye. Ugh. Yeah, bubbles in the eye of the beholder. Beholders were very dangerous. A metal needle will do exactly what's going on right now. God damn it. Fine. You know what? Fucking hell. You guys won't shut up. All right. Metal needle. Talking to a diabetic, telling him to go get a metal needle. What the hell's that thing? No. Skincare. Wait, there aren't needles in here at all. There's like a bunch of bottles. What the fuck was I doing with this thing? All right, needles, 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 metal needles. This is gonna make all the difference in the world. All right, so back to square one. Little tiny bubbles. Now the magical metal needle. I could probably use this to remove bubbles, but man, I didn't want to waste a syringe on this. You can see that the metal needle is exactly the same. It doesn't have any more agency over these little weird surface tension-y bubbles than anything else. I might be able to use this smaller syringe to remove some of those little air bubbles, but I'm not totally sure about it. I don't have a lot of control over this either. What the fuck? They're not going away. Ugh. Hold on. I'm getting frustrated. I'm gonna try to wipe the whole thing and start over. Starting over. Maybe the smaller syringe is gonna give me a little bit more control over this, but I don't think I can even get the UV glue to go in here. This is one of the insulin syringes that I have. Yeah, fill from behind. Well, it's no longer sterile. Drops at the end. Whoa, that is tough. All right, gotta keep this away from my fucking skin. I don't want to accidentally inject ultraviolet glue into my body. That'd be a bad thing. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. No, it definitely would be very bad. All right, gotta wipe the tip again. Any minor move of the plunger is going to let out a little bit. I'm gonna get into whatever that is. Try not to encourage there to be a bubble. There we go. See, the problem is the UV glue spanning over the bubble and causing it to just seal the bubble in. See, that one had a little hood over it, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get under there. Try poking it a little bit. This is very small. This is nigh undetectable. You guys are being more toxic than the glue in front of me, so... You get what you deserve. Shit. Okay. Well, I don't know if I can do anything about that. Definitely can't do anything about that. This one, I think we might have solved it through the application of glue. So if I tape that over and we expose it to ultraviolet, and I get the right lamp this time, it should be good. Now this is a body syringe. This is a sharp needle that's kind of dangerous to have around. The thing about these is that you're not supposed to recap a needle. When you recap a needle, it can grab the side, and then you end up having a sharp thing poke out the side of a needle. You're never supposed to recap a needle. Now I'm doing it right now because I was careful and I was kind of turning it as I recapped it, but it's really unsafe to recap a needle. That could have ended in a needle in my finger that has ultraviolet epoxy on it. It's kind of dangerous. It's not a good look. Be careful around needles. I didn't want to involve the metal needle in this because it certainly didn't help to move the bubble around. The bubble was very persistently stuck to the edge. There's a voice box emote. It was very persistently stuck to the edge of the plastic in there, preventing me from flicking the bubble up and away. And the stuff was viscous enough that the bubble wasn't willing to, the material on top of the bubble wasn't moving away. There's potential that I could have also sealed, like the bubble could have had epoxy over the top of it that we didn't see, and I wasn't able to like move it away and around. From looking at it, when I was prodding it with the knife, it looked like the bubble was kind of getting moved a little bit, but that again could have been optics. Could have just been a weird result of optics. What ended up working was, and we don't know yet, I haven't solidified the plastic, but what ended up working was taking the very, very fine needle, pretty dangerously, putting plastic epoxy in the back, and then ramming it through the very, very small tip of this thing. These are made to be as small as possible so that they completely miss nerve endings when you inject with them. I have these as backups in case my pump dies. So yeah, what ended up working was using the very fine tip of this thing and forcing the plastic epoxy through, which it's a little viscous, so it's actually very difficult to do, as opposed to the large needle, and I was able to just poke it into the structure and then slowly fill it up to the top. All right, so let's put a little bit of this stuff on here to give it a nice matte finish. M-A-T-T-E. I probably have to hold my finger up to it because it's not sticking because of the UV glue. And then, oh, it's up here. Pen light, get the right one with the black tip. Activate, 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 activate. I don't feel any heat. There we go. See, look at the splash zone over there. A lot of areas that shouldn't have epoxy on it now do. Now the alternate for all of this is that I start over. I hit Control P, and then in 4 hours we have another one of these things, and then I can do a do-over. But I don't want to have to do that. I think we might have repaired it. We can get rid of emote only mode. You guys can talk again. I'll do that in a second if it doesn't happen. Come on, buddy. Okay, Fatanon, got it. Thank you. So yeah, I think we solved the problem. I think I got rid of it. It wasn't in the way chat suggested, though. I just want to make sure that it sets, because I don't want it to look dumb when I'm done. I don't have any, like, needle emotes. I should make some. And when Twitch bans them, I can be like, I'm a diabetic. That's diabeticism. I got UV glue all over the place, though. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Usually it just peels off, but if it's like a thin layer. We do a lot of different things around here. I try to keep a little bit of variety. I'm a variety maker. You have a whose needle is that? It's a better TV emote. All right, I gotta remember that exists. The BT TV emotes that I think are the most powerful, the ones that I really appreciate, are all the pointing fingers and stuff. Because you have like a punch hand, you have like a pointing finger. There's all kinds of good ones. You can point up, but you gotta learn what the code is for BT TV to have it. Yeah, Unicode emojis. That's yeah. I don't really dabble with the Unicode emojis, but they exist. Activate. I think that's just about set. It's just this front stuff that I want to make sure. I do not know about the Learn Electronics channel. See, my thing is having learning be the cornerstone of the channel means that I can't, like, I gotta be teaching all the time, this is not necessarily a learning channel. This is Oh Bother's channel. So it's whatever I do. It's whatever I want to do. This channel can be whatever I want it to be. Which is why, until January, we're going to be gaming. But that's only for a couple streams. So I keep updating everybody, but I want to make it clear that, like, Thursday and Friday are going to be gaming streams. And then when I get back, or when the holiday's over, and I got some, like, a breather to myself, we're going to be playing games for that month when you're the only person going into the office. You know what I mean. You guys have done that before, that whole hustle. It was my favorite time to work because it would be just quiet. Like, I could actually get stuff done and, like, think to myself for once. But yeah, that period of time when you go into the office and you're the only person there. Let's see where I left glue on this paper towel. Ew. Oh, there it is. Oh God, it's like a UV light in a detective show. Oh, disgusting. Oh, we're using the exothermic reaction to figure out where I snotted on the paper towel. Welcome to Oh Bother's channel. This is disgusting. It's not what you think, Chad. It's not what you think. I'm doing this so that it doesn't, like, get all over everything. I'm sorry. Exposing it to UV, I'm killing it. Oh, now there's crusty spots in the paper. Oh, no. No, thank you. All right. Reveal. It still looks like shit. God damn it. It's like we almost got it. We almost got it. Almost. Get that syringe back over here. Hopefully not too much UV light was cast upon. That looks like, no, it's not hot, so. One little bubble. Sir Fuglesang, finishing projects. Yeah, believe it or not, we have that capability in this channel. Oh, and I gotta do a test. 14 months of tier 1. Hey, thank you. Mighty kind of you. Yep, we're going to be doing games for the end of the year. The more we poke at it, the worse it gets. This is what happened to my palm. Got a big injury on my palm, which is just a scratch, but then it forms a scab, and then the scab ends up bringing a bunch of live cells with it when I accidentally scrape it off, because it's a sudden hard spot on a flexing piece of skin. And it gets worse and worse as time goes on, which is kind of what's happening here. Might just have a manky eye. I got a manky eye. There we go. I felt that. Still see it though. Should resemble the background. Because there's like a dome over top of the bubble. I thought I poked through. Yeah, look at that. Bonk. It pokes right in. Force the air out. There's a bubble. And I still see bubble in there. Let's wipe it, see if it's still in there. Man, I don't like having a syringe around that has glue in it. Hey, look at that. Wait a minute. Yeah. How about that? Because it's got the dome over it. It's actually pretty resilient to my picking. That's true. I could cure the glue in the syringe to dispose of it. I'm not going to do it yet because we just needed it. Make sure that doesn't do... Please don't go through the side and poke me with a bunch of UV epoxy. And we get that beautiful exothermic reaction. My eyes! What have you done to my eyes? Get that ultraviolet laser action going on, which you could literally use. This is how that type of 3D printing works, right? You expose an area with light, and then you move slightly. SLA, yeah, there's the one. Exposing my glue on Twitch. La 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 la. That's what we're doing. So the tape is here to give it the appropriate texture. Any of the stuff that's visible from above, that'll give it the nice matte texture, and that's purposeful because it's supposed to carry light all the way up to the eyes. And these are going to look really good, barring that I still have a giant fucking bubble in one of them. Although we did inject that bubble with UV glue, so I don't know. It should not be visible, but we'll see. It's like the ones up here are great. If only I could put a If only I could put a texture on that. What do you think I'm gonna do? No, I'm just gonna ship it without turning it on again. All right, there we go. There's still a little bit of like bubbly kind of stuff going on in there, but there's not much that I can do about it at this point. Let me just hit it with an expose from the front. Yeah, you can definitely see the difference between the areas. It's not as visible, but it's there. Just making sure that all his glue is, you know, done being glue. And is now plastic. I can look through the back and I can see a magnified picture of the bubble. Yeah, it'll look fine from a distance. It's just there's, you know, when we're viewing through it like this, you can definitely see that bubble. It really bugs me. No, you can make your own. It's an easy project for you guys to do yourself. I'm going to physically attack you, Dire Desire. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. I mean, we injected it with the UV material and then solidified it, the UV material that we injected, but it didn't fill in the bubble, which is odd. Probably should have, huh? That's a shame. I probably should have looked at it under the microscope as I was filling it, because then I would have been able to see that and been able to poke it away, hopefully. It's just a result of the filling process. If I had gone to those corners first and filled them, or just very carefully, slowly filled it, you don't have a lot of control with that syringe. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a thing that can happen. But I am going to ship this way because it's another 4-hour print, and then I need to do the glue again. And I don't know, if they feel like buying orange filament, they can print their own if that really bothers them at all. I don't think it will, because the eyes aren't necessarily supposed to be under a microscope. You know, 3D printing and microscopes aren't exactly compatible with one another. So let's get this thing all put back together, and then I'll plug it in, and we'll see if it's crispy at night, and then this will be ready to ship. Yeah, I guess I could do that, Brunch Noodles, but I think the problem with doing that is that I'm introducing more sites for bubbles to form. And like, if I drill it out, then I may be adding textures that aren't going to get removed by adding additional viscous glue to it. All right, stop. Stop it. Stop it with the puns. Just stop. It's like brain poison. No. Whatever's under their foot will automatically deposit in the ridges of the 3D print. I don't know why I'm having trouble with this one. That's why I'm like loosening these. All right, come on. Come on. Where are you? It's possible that I could expand the print just a little tiny bit, but once you get these positioned, they should go in pretty easily. Yeah, that one's just fighting me a little. Yeah, I probably need like 0.1 of a millimeter on those spacings. That, or it's just discombobulated, and that's the reason why it's getting weird. But yeah, fits on there pretty good. These bolts are way overkill. This whole thing is way overkill. It's great. Why'd you use a magnetic switch? You could have just left the original in there, because this entire fucking thing is complete overkill. Every inch of this thing is overkill. Everything. Why use a WS2812 LED? Well, actually, we had a good reason for that, and that's because we don't have enough pins to run R, G, and B. We probably have 2 extra pins that we could have run a red and a blue LED out of, but the WS2812 is overkill, as is the rest of this entire project. I don't think whoever gets this is going to be wearing steel-toed boots and like slamming down on it on a factory line. So all the aluminum and stuff that makes up this thing, it's overkill. All right, look at that thing, beautiful. All right, let's plug it into the computer. Take a look at what it looks like in different lighting. I had trouble with my insulin pump last night. It would not charge. It kept, streamer, you didn't plug it into the right thing. Streamer, use a different USB cable. Streamer. My insulin pump wouldn't charge, and so what ended up happening was it was rejecting the power supply that I was using to charge with, which is weird. Okay, setup. Lights, desk toggle, turn that one off, turn this one off. It's hard, the camera auto adjusts, but that looks a lot more consistent than with the backs being roughed up, and also more consistent than the what do you call it? The printed eyes. It's allowed to diffuse nicely in there. You can still kind of tell that there's one light source behind it, one point source of light, but yeah. But yeah, what was happening was the insulin pump was yelling at me, telling me that it wasn't able to charge off of, okay, good, it went down to 95. It wasn't able to charge off of that device, and it only had 20% charge. I'm like about to get on a plane to go on vacation, and I'm like, I cannot deal with this right now. What the fuck is going on with it? I don't know. Every now and then, the battery management just goes insane. So I had to actually plug it into the computer with a cable that had data on it, and it ended up just randomly fixing itself. Good Lord. All right, so when we press it down, yeah, we get Angry Octopus, and we can see hexes. I put a hex on you. Well, maybe you might not be able to see them as well as I can, but I can definitely see some hexagons in the temple of the octopus. There we go. That's our foot pedal project. Now, we still need to go back to this thing at some point and try to figure out why it's keeping computers awake. We'll see if that's actually a complaint from the people who get the pedal, because I don't know if that's exactly what it's doing, right? Hey, Boyka, we're done building something right now, and then we're going to work on 3D modeling for my NORN, Julian's NORN. Cool. All right. Ship it. Ship it. I still see the bubble, but I withhold commentary on it. The one eye is so perfect. Yeah, well, that's streaming projects, right? Like, no matter what the timing is, no matter how quick you think something's going to be, God, just put glue in the eyes and we're done. It's UV epoxy, so it'll be done in 5 seconds. That's just not the case, you know? I'm under no impression that anything in here is going to take a short amount of time. And a lot of my projects are so ambitious that they sometimes, you know, things may sound simple, but there's a lot of work to go into it. There's a lot of explaining, and there's a lot of getting angry at you guys for being fuckwits. All right, turn the desk back on. We get our lights back in. You guys can see it. It looks okay in the light. You can't see the light bleeding through the orange, though. But you can see the eyes in the light. There's plenty of optics on that. Pretty good. It looks so much cooler with the masking tape on the top. Like these have sort of a translucency to them, but there's definitely some texture to it, which makes it look really good. Now, do I ship it with the plug plugged in? I think I can do a smaller container if I unplug it. So I'll just do that. I'll just do that.
I'll just do... Ugh. Okay, ow. Yeah, they have to get the order correct, though, when they put it back in, which is to unscrew this cap, screw in the little flange, and then re-screw the cap in, because otherwise... Actually, I don't think this'll turn this at all, but in case this grips on the thing, I don't want it to turn it. Yeah. You'll be there? Okay, cool. Cool. I put a spell on you. All right, let's actually coil this cable semi-normally, like a normal person. Back you guys up a little bit. There we go. All right. Project done. All I need to do is get to a mailing store this week and mail it properly. Put it in a box. Discreet packaging. I gotta write dildo on it 500 times. It's a push-to-talk pedal, so it works with Discord. All right, project done. Okay, I am literally coiled in my microphone cable. Spin twice. Nope, one more time. There we go. Now I'm dizzy. All right, put this thing over here. That is a done project. So I got that to mail out. I got a couple other things that need to get mailed. The other thing that I need to finish is Julian's Norn. I get asked a lot. What is a Norn? I don't know. You guys are literally watching this on your computers. You can Google it, because I don't know. I don't know what a Norn is. It's a monome device that works with other monome devices in order to sequence stuff. That troll earlier was asking what a Norn was, and I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, no, tell me. And I'm like, I actually literally do not know. You guys are bruising for a fucking unplugging of some devices around here. But yeah, so I don't know what a Norn is, but it's cool. We were playing with it a little bit, and it made some cool noises. I don't know if I need to save these, the nuts for the actual like potentiometers on the thing. We'll think about that. I mean, the 3D model has them in there, so maybe it'll be better if they're just there. Hey, and I got to save one of these things at the end. I don't have to get rid of all of my USB devices or USB adapters. I mean, I have tons of other USB adapters too. I bought some a little while ago. All right. So I went to, I believe it was GrabCAD and manufacturers' websites, and I managed to 3D model the entire Norn. Now, the Norn we built on Saturday, was that really last? No, it was Saturday before last. Jesus, how long has it been? My God, Julian is very patient with me. We got this thing together, right? It took me Monday and Tuesday of last week. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna email Julian and thank him for being patient with me. But yeah, what I want to do is I want to 3D print the cases for this thing. Now, I did 3D print somebody else's DXF drawings of these, and I was really very disappointed because when you get DXF drawings, it's basically a bunch of lines that are plotted out, but all of those lines were weirdly segmented. All those lines were weirdly segmented, and DXF drawings don't have an inherent scale to them, or at least not that Fusion 360 recognizes. So it did not recognize the authority of the DXF drawing, and what ended up happening is they were the wrong size. They were only slightly the wrong size. So I was pretty angry at that. So my 3D prints didn't work. I spent a long time trying to print them out, and I would have used metal standoffs on the thing, but it turns out one of the modifications that I made to the circuit board was drilling out the holes a little larger. Not all of them, just the two. And oh, I'm just throwing out some stuff. They were the ones for the screen. So because they were the holes for the screen. One of them is on a positive plane. This is an audio device, so it's apparently a thing that happens with audio devices. There's a positive power plane that's around the audio in and outs to try to reduce noise, I suppose. And then I drilled out the standoffs a little bit. There's nothing around the standoffs, so drilling them out doesn't mean that I'm necessarily hitting any of the traces. That's the thing you got to be careful with like high technology devices, right? Well, this didn't have any traces in that area. They made everything small enough that it really wasn't in conflict. But the problem was that that positive power plane was right there. So now this standoff has positive power on it. And so if it connects there, if I push down on that without tape here, the whole thing resets. It's bad. It's real bad. It's not doing it now because I put a piece of Captain tape on it. I think what I would like to do with this is to model a plastic standoff that's going to insert right here. And then we're going to do a top and a bottom plate that will sandwich the whole device, protect the bottom from scraping around, you know, your memory card being right there, but still allow access to everything. Now, most of the NORNS Shield cases, this is a NORNS Shield, by the way, not just like a NORNS. You can actually just go buy a NORN, and it's like a sound bank and sequencing helper for your monome. It's in a different form factor entirely. This one is the NORNS Shield, so it's specifically a Raspberry Pi Shield, and typically the form these take are standoffs, basically. It's a circuit board that sits on standoffs. So a lot of the NORNS Shields are a top plate and a bottom plate. So what I'd like to do is just simply do a bottom and top plate, and then also have a little bit of extra structure here for like a front face. Now, since this is printing on my printer, I don't know if I can really emboss text into the front here. Not really sure I can do that, but we'll give it a go. So yeah, let's skin the Norn, which sounds like a weird, awful thing. So we'll be doing this in Fusion 360, and the reasoning behind that is that I can find 3D models of all kinds of cool stuff with it, and then make a very comprehensive circuit board out of the thing. And in fact, I have stuff in my, wonder what that was. Piece of bread. You know, behind my my molars. It's like a free meal. All right, so yeah, here is the Norn, and the way that I got all this stuff is that you can go on GrabCAD, and you can go on all kinds of other websites, including the manufacturer's website, and you can get all of these parts online. This took me probably 3.5 hours to do. Get all this stuff in, figure out the placement, measure the actual physical Norn, and figure out where everything's supposed to go. Is that Rob Oz emote? That's actually a relatively easy thing, and now everything is exactly the right size. The circuit board actually came from the NORNS files, the actual GitHub files. So with the actual GitHub files, I was able to take a .brd file, move that into Fusion 360, and have it create the circuit board. Now, I didn't have the schematic. I probably could have associated the schematic with it and made an entire, like, project out of the thing, but I didn't do that. What I did is I went to the manufacturer's websites, and this one came from GrabCAD. This one was a manufacturer website. Went to the manufacturer website, found the part, downloaded the model. I didn't recolor this one. Usually I do because I think it's fun for everything to look exactly the way that it looks in real life. I didn't do that. There's a lot of faces on this thing, and I thought it would be a little too much. But what I ended up doing was using I ended up using like this face here in order to move that to the center of the top of that hole. And then I ended up using the center of this bottom face here to move this up to the top center of that hole. And then I sunk everything down a uniform distance so that they're up against the board properly. But that means everything is perfectly centered to where it's supposed to go. And so if I design around the size of these things, then I'll be able to, you know, that's just what I'll be able to do. Now, the circles for the buttons and stuff, the circle cutouts of all that, I'm gonna have to figure those out. I don't know if I'm gonna put like a physical button on top of it. I think I can probably find those in CAD, or I can import the models that I made for them, because I do have 3D printed buttons that I use, but Julian also supplied me with knobs and stuff. So we'll probably just give it a distance to wherever the top of the enclosure comes out. The control board for the beer fridge? No, that doesn't have a Raspberry Pi, unfortunately. No, that was a much larger screen too, but it was a VHD display. No, VFL, vacuum fluorescent display. Yeah. There's a character display that's vacuum fluorescent. Those things are awesome. I still have a bunch of them too. I need to use them in more stuff. So yeah, let's make a shield out of this thing. This is ready to go. Now, if, those of you who... Variable frequency display, yeah. Those of you that know the way I Fusion 360 stuff can see that this is in fact a proper organized file. I have all of the stuff that's going to define the solids in this drawing. Now, if I were to get into more complicated things, I could do assemblies and sub-assemblies, but we're going to keep this on one drawing. There's going to be 2 or 3 solids, or 4, and I'm going to make them based on the positioning of these parts. So if I add any more physical parts to it, if I feel like adding knobs and buttons, I will reverse time all the way back to here where I can insert them, and then go back here and double-click this step, and then move and modify from there. That way, in the timeline, everything is properly placed and oriented. So if I add additional parts and they're going to affect how my solids come through, you know, they're able to without breaking everything. They can do that. They're allowed. Damn it. I sat up and I unplugged myself. I hate it when that happens. Okay. So here we are. Here we are. I'm moderately confident that everything is sized properly in this. I think it'll be all right. I mean, the buttons and switches went in perfectly. I can do a measure from end to end just to get a calibration on the whole thing. Let's do that real quick, just so I don't end up having my thumb up my ass by the end of this thing. Get this thing over here. What was buzzing at me earlier? Oh, they think I'm a doctor, and they have a position open for me. I get these texts all the time. I hate them. Good morning, doctor, my last name. We got a position for you. And I'm like, I'm not that guy. I'm just not that guy. All right, so the screen position is oriented based on those holes. The standoffs will hold up that end. So I just want to let's get an end-to-end measurement of this thing. Dr. Bother. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Delicious. Okay, inspect. End to filthy end. 80 millimeters. 80 by 80. Let's check over that. Yep. 79.8. That's as close as I would accept. 79.8. Oh, well, it just went to 80 because I bumped it. All right, so we got 80 by 80 millimeters. We calibrated this. That should be good. I have already distanced these when I was positioning them. So now we need to create solids for all this stuff, right? So we start by creating a sketch on a plane. Now, obviously, our plane is just going to be viewing through the whole device, and that way we can cater for all of the different features, the geometries that come through. I may have disabled chance. Now, typically on the Raspberry Pi, you'll have a 3 millimeter standoff before the bottom structure. So I guess we'll keep with that. We'll do 3 millimeter standoffs on the bottom here. The question is, how am I doing the posts? 3 millimeter standoff, and then we've got room for, I guess, a plastic post. The posts are going to be very small, but it has to be a certain number of millimeters. Now, I got to that number of millimeters by putting a 1 millimeter bolt, or nut rather, in the thing in order to get it to that distance. Now, I could custom cut metal standoffs for it. I would rather just plastic in there. Rather just plastic, but there's not a lot of space. And I guess I'll keep with the fasteners that I've been using, which is a 5mm cap that's 1mm deep, and then a 2mm fastener, I believe. Let's just check that over. Let me just check that over. And then obviously black screws, and I'm going to print it in black filament because that's just Julian. Julian wants it all black. He just wants it all to disappear on stage. I wanted to use red. I wanted black and red with a yellow screen. 2.3. So these are 2.5mm bolts. So 2.2 would grip, and then 2.7 would slip. So I guess we'll start with the bottom and work our way up. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. All right, so sketch on a plane, and then we drop it down onto this one here. Boom. And technically, well, we can work from this side. Yeah, that's okay. Now, in order to project the geometry of this thing over, I think basically all I need are the standoff locations, which are going to be the 2 out here, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4. I got to figure out what direction the screws are going in, too, because these don't have holes that translate all the way up. They only go through this part. So that could screw in from the top, and then these would screw in from underneath and go all the way through. I could do like super long screws and just print open standoffs for those. I don't have super long screws. I'll have to use what I have. With 3mm, I mean, we could do a 2mm bottom layer, and then 1mm would be the screw caps, and then where the screws go through. But if they have a standoff, they're going to need to be supported on the bed, which isn't going to print properly. So, well, that's just what we're going to have to live with. All right, so I need to hit P for project. Grab one of these. Grab one of these. Grab either of those is fine. And any of those is fine. In addition to that, I should probably have a sense of where the corners of this thing are. Well, that should be enough. That finished sketch dialogue is like right in the way. All right, so now that I have all of those structures in... Wait, did I get those? I didn't get those. We're going to project these too. This one. And this one. Because those will have screws coming in from the other direction. Yeah. Good on that, good on that, good on that. The problem with the rounded edges is that I can't select a box all the way out to here, right? Although maybe I want that to come through in the sketch. Maybe I want that to come all the way down to the bottom geometry, or I could project it out in order to make. So let's do a construction box, and we'll just go from here to here, and that'll just give me that corner. I got to do the same thing on the opposite corner. There to there. Good, good. So yeah, okay, so do we need a sidewall? I don't really need a sidewall. So I could just make it like form-fitting. Because those layers, the layers are going to be a natural thing in there. I mean, Julian and his buddy are probably going to reskin it in wood, but I just want to project this properly. Yeah, I think we'll do form-fitting plastic. It'll be the same size because it's going to be like, it's basically a bunch of plates, right? Not the kind of plates we can eat from, though. So take a line, make it a normal line, go from corner to corner. Oh, not a line. Derp. Hello? Okay. One of these square things. Not a construction square. Just a normal square. Take it all the way out, corner to corner. There we go. There's our bottom plate so far. Because I think this will be a separate piece. The piece that goes sort of between the layers. And if it is a separate piece, that means I can do text... Can I do text up on that? I think it'll be a weird shape. I think it's going to be a little bit of a weird shape, unless I just make it a hollow front piece. Yeah, it's going to look weird. What I'm thinking about is the fact that my 3D printer, I print in PETG, which prints very hot. And as a result, I get this beautiful, shiny plastic, but also as a result, I don't have a cooling fan, my bridging sucks, my support isn't as good as it could be. The support stuff is going to stick out a little bit and be kind of a weird layer. So I generally try to hide that stuff. So I've got the top layer and the print bed are the ones that look good. What's up, Baloo? How you doing? So the top layer and the one that touches the print bed are the good-looking parts of the print. So if I make a C-shaped print and I have text on it, which will have an overhang, then it's not going to print very well. It won't look very good. The first couple layers that go down will like droop, right? And if I print it on support structure, it'll droop a little less. But if I print the text against the bed, I can make it very shallow. I can make it like one layer, and then it'll look good-ish. What printer? It's a Creality CR10S, but I've heavily modified it. There's actually a command, I think, that tells about it. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do a C shape with this. I wanted to have that front of the Raspberry Pi kind of like covered because it'll look good, and it'll be the thing you face when you use it, right? That'll be that right there on the Norn. That's my screw sample. Okay, so let's take our screws out of this thing first. So what I'm going to need is I think there will be a screw on either side of that center solid piece. So we'll do a, what's the cap size on these things? Because that'll be a 2. That one's supposed to slip 2.7, and then it'll have a cap head of, that measures at about 4.3, so it'll be 5 millimeter for the cap head. I'll give it plenty of space. So one circle is 5, and the next one is 2.7. And I know those numbers. I know my printer works with those numbers. So this one will be 5. And then 2.7. All 4 corners. Yeah, because those screws will go up from the bottom and sandwich the standoffs down against them. I'm building a C10, but with all 12 millimeter rails and dual Z screws. Cool. Yeah, I think mine has dual screws. The 2 motors are just on like a Y cable. So I would love to change that over and also do dual Z stops so that I can adjust, you know, the crookedness that sometimes occurs. Because we had a problem with that. I had to do a bunch of leveling things in order to get that figured out. Now I'm not allowed to touch it ever. I want to automate that kind of stuff. Yeah, I already had a sandwich. It was an Italian hoagie. These need These need to grip. These need to grip because those will get a screw from above. So these will get 2.3. 2.5 minus 2. 2.3 minus 0.2, rather. I didn't even click. 2.3. 2.5 minus 0.2. Better put hot chips on it. I couldn't find hot chips. No, I didn't buy hot chips. And I also don't lie. Okay. 2.3s, 2.5s. We got all 6 of our standoffs on the bottom layer ready to go. These do not get screw like radii around them. On the other end, I'll be able to do, you know, I'll be able to screw it in through a standoff. I may have to print 3 millimeter standoffs because I don't want the entirety of the back panel to be on support material. I don't think that's going to look good. I don't think that's going to be good for the print. What I can do is print the inside layer of that piece on the print bed, and then the top will just be, it'll look like Octopedal a little bit. Because that way the radius screws will look good and they'll be flush and all that fun stuff. We're trying to do our best to make this look good, right? All right, I think we're done with this sketch. There's nothing else that I want to put on the back here unless we want to actually put like text down. We could do that. Might as well. Let's do something with it, right? We got to do something with it. I mean, the other thing that I could do also, I have an idea. We could put little feetsies on it. Let's put little feeties on it. We can put little feetsies on it. It'll be cute. I've got device feet that I've squirreled away for 1,000,000 years. They're like, after 10,000 years, I'm finally free. There, these guys. I'll just get 4 of these little feeties on it. If there's no dick butt, I'm going to be upset. I don't think I have a good... I'm not even... No, you know what? I'm not going to continue that. I don't want to put a dick butt on this one. I actually do have a good SVG of dick butt. I do have a good working one that I've used in CAD before. And I'll do it again, too. No, I'm not going to put a dick butt on it. No. I am not even comfortable putting my own logo on this because it's not really... It's not like an oh bother project. It's just a thing that I made. It's a kit that I helped make with Julian, that's all. So we need some device feet. My feets are 12 millimeters. So I'm going to need a 12 millimeter circle on the 4 corners of this thing. All right, so let's get all the distracting stuff out of here. Boop, 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 boop. And let's put some feetsies on it. It gets a little bumper feet, all right? Jeez, chat. You guys can't let me have anything. Let's see. If it's going to be 12 millimeters, 6 in... What does that look like? 12 by 12, or do we do 10 by 10? 10 by 10 is getting close to that screw. Let's try 12 by 12. And then that is going to be a 12 millimeter. No. 12 millimeter circle. Now we could do 10 by 10. 10 by 10, and we'll get a little feetsies. These are kind of big, too. by 10. Go. And then that is 12. So the reason I'm in AutoCAD, what you're trying to do is create solid areas that you can then extrude. That's basically the philosophy behind AutoCAD. So what I'm doing is I'm using construction lines in order to set a dimension that'll put this circle that I can then extrude into the body a little bit and give the foot like an area that it's supposed to be. So we might do 3 millimeters on this thing. Probably 2 millimeter. Maybe we should do 3. If I do 3 millimeters, I've at least got, you know, some support structure across this entire thing. But yeah, this will be printed in PETG, and then it'll have the little cutouts where I can then place these foots. Hopefully, Julian will probably hate them. Let's be honest. So the thing is, the reason I'm not doing a fillet on that corner is because we need that corner in order to measure where our stuff goes. So 10 by 10 gives us a nice uniformity. We can get around that. You can obviously get around that kind of stuff, but yeah, that's generally the philosophy behind what I'm doing. All right, we're still not construction line. Good. We need a circle, and that's going to be 12. There we go. This is just the way that I've kind of learned how to build enclosures and stuff. But the real advantage to this was taking the time to find all the 3D models for all this stuff. Because I mean, the Norn has all the files for it in GitHub, and then GrabCAD provided me with the very, very popular Screen and Raspberry Pi. I was inundated with Raspberry Pi models. I chose one that I thought represented the placement of all the components well enough for me. You know, it's interesting. You probably could find a more comprehensive Raspberry Pi, but it was a lot of stuff to import for all like the USB sockets and stuff like that. And you can find STL files, but then it's all geometry. It's all polygons and none of the like, it's not as tight as the finding like an actual AutoCAD model of it. So 12 millimeter on that, boop. And there we go. So I think that's everything that we need in the bottom plate. Bottom plate's got its 4 feetsies. Those are going to be these little rubbly buttons here. I can finally find a use for them. Notice how they're multiplying? And I don't even... No, I do have an even number. Good. All right. I like... These, I think these are the ones that came with the shit audio stuff that I bought. And I'm not using them on the shit audio stuff. I use like a double-sided, like a very mild tape. It's like a plastic double-sided thing that like I can stick the thing to the desk with, and that way I can plug headphones into it without like punching it off of the desk. I do need to actually build my desk. That's another project that I think we need to get to early next year, is building my computer desk up so that it has a rack panel as one of the legs. That way I can put all my stuff in it. All that stuff you guys saw on Saturday's stream can go in rack drawers instead of, you know, just being out there. And then my visuals for the stream, I can pull the drawers out and you guys can like see the computer and stuff. I think that would be really cool. It's like my computer's like a designer case. Like we built that custom on stream. We spent a lot of time on it and I just don't have a good camera angle for it. It just sits in that desk. 12 o'clock, wait, blah, 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 blah. One Tocket guy, 1 2 Ocket. So it's Locket guy, but it's like it looks like a heart. It's like the 1 2 makes kind of like an L and a heart at the same. That's a complicated name. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. All right, so let's make a bottom plate now. Finish sketch. So what I'm gonna do, I don't know where any of my stuff is now. We are on the base plane of everything, and I placed the Raspberry Pi. Where is it? There it is. Raspberry Pi version 4. Look at all the stuff in here. Blech. So yeah, Raspberry Pi version 4 is actually 3 millimeters above it. So we're going to build below the plane for this. So I take this and I extrude. And I extrude this. Actually, wait, we need all of this to extrude. Hold up. Hold up. I hit E for extrude. I choose you, outer circle, outer circle, outer circle, you, and you, and you. And this goes all the way through. We're going to make that -3 millimeters. It's actually, we could, hold on a minute. How tall is that? We could get away with doing this like 1 millimeter above, huh? Oh, or maybe all 3 millimeter. Wait, let's go 3 millimeter. Yeah, 3's pushing it. 3's pushing it. We're getting real close to everything. So yeah, we'll go 2. 2 for the bulk of it, and then I'll go 1 down. So I could actually do 2 sides, and I can go 1, and it'll do that. But that'll be the same extrude, so I actually don't want that. Never mind. 1 side. Okay, so 2 millimeter in that direction, and that creates our bottom plate. It also unviews our sketches, which is not ideal. There's a setting that you can do in order to do that. So let's extrude now just this part. I can just 1 click, so -1. And it auto chose join for me. Beautiful. All right, so we got the beginnings of our NORNS case. Presumably everything fits in here, I would hope. So this called for 3 millimeter standoffs. What's the distance here between these two? Between this guy and this guy. About 3 millimeters. 2.648. What the heck is that? That's going to set all my dimensions weird. Why is that 2.648? Ay, ay, ay. I guess I can fix that. So if I want to fix that, what do I need to do? I need to move everything up. But I can do that in the past. It won't affect anything. If I go back to this step, I get all my move command stuff. and my solids go away. Oh yeah, I've got the measurement thing open. 2.648, and we need to make it 3. Okay, all right. So I gotta make everything visible again. I don't know how the numbers got discombobulated, but if I take everything I can see here, oh, it's not gonna let me do that. Hold on. Yeah, we're in here, so I'm gonna move, and then I'm gonna select all of the objects up, not 5 millimeters. So we're trying to make it 3. It's 2.648. Let's just do 3 minus 2.648. What the hell just happened in there? I saw some weird stuff going on. And then that's good. Okay, so now if I go back, if I go forward in time, all the way to the end of time, and I measure betwixt here and here, I should get 3. 3, there we go, 3. It's probably not super precise, but I think we're within wiggle room standards. So I can either find 3 millimeter standoffs, or I'm gonna have to like try to print them. So we might as well design some 3 millimeter standoffs here to go in there, just in case we need them. So this, first of all, this is gonna be, no, that's not, well, the sketch is gonna be the bottom plate, B plate, and the body is gonna be the bottom plate. And then we're gonna take these 3 steps right here, and I'm going to create a group. I can rename the group bottom plate if I really feel like it. Send the lottery numbers back. I'm sorry, I can't. So rename that, and we're gonna call that B plate. Each solid in here is going to get its own group in the timeline. It's gonna get its own named body, and it's gonna get its own named sketch. And I do that because I'm gonna be jumping around a lot. I wanna be able to know where things are and know what's what, you know? Because we know what is what, but we don't know what is what. We just strut. What the fuck? All right. I guess I'll be able to put screws through these, through the bottom. That'll be kind of weird. So those will be screwed in, so I can make a singular plate to go in there. All right, so we're moving up. Moving up. We'll do... Should I do the chamfers now? I probably should. So let's go back in time. Well, I can't go back in time all the way. This is the only problem with this, is getting the next step, the chamfer step, into this group is difficult. I have to blow up the group and then make it again. That's the only time I run into problems with this. Sumas 99. Thank you for following. I tried. Yeah, I should have done the chamfers before I did the group. Live and learn. Let's blow up the group. No? Wait. Stop highlighting. I don't think, is delete gonna, yeah, delete, and then you get a delete menu. Delete group and expand the contents. Bop. And now I'm just gonna do the chamfers. We gotta figure out what chamfer they used on the sides here. It's the last thing you do to make things look good. Hey, Carses. Now I'm stuck in a, I don't think that was first. Did Fatboy Slim do that first? Was that really him? Is this really real? Is everything real? What is real? All right, orthographic view so that we have it directly on top of itself. And now I can't see a damn thing. There we go. Chamfer, yeah. It's actually fillet is the tool. I mistake chamfer for fillet and fillet for chamfer. Yoink. Yoink. 2.5. All right, now we know. 2.5, enter. Cool, 2.5. This is what I love about having a comprehensive 3D model of the solid. You can play around like this. Did I not specify that you should have plastic? What is... I think I missed a click. That's all right, though. With the power of the timeline, we can undo this. We have to right the wrongs of time, chat. We got to go back to where I selected the solids in this step and select that one, and then click OK. And now that extruded as if it had happened back then. All right. All right, all right. Ooh, my hand is like profusely sweating. Is that actually... That's not a hole. What are you? Why aren't you? Wait, or it could just be a trick of the view. Okay, it is a hole. That goes all the way through, all the way to the screen. Okay, let's get out of orthographic perspective because it's unnatural. This is not how views work. Ah! The wonderful thing about orthographic is if you're looking directly on, then everything looks the same size and you can do comparisons like I just did. Without orthographic view, things look a little weird. They look a little weird. So let's put it back in a perspective view so that our three-dimensional brains can actually get over the rest of this. Now, I could do like a wall surface that goes all the way up to the edges here, but I don't think I'm going to do that. All right, we don't need to revel in idiocracy today, all right? Let's not do the politics thing. All right, so no need for the sketch any longer. We will make new sketches for everything, except maybe the standoffs. I mean, I don't know. The 3mm standoffs, I got to figure out how I want to build them. The mixed view mode in Fusion is perspective with ortho faces. How does that work? I have never really played with that. So there's perspective, but if I go to a face, does it suddenly become ortho? Oh my god, yes it does. But if I do that, I see. So that changes the mode. That's pretty good, actually. I may use that from now on. I never played with that. I never bothered because I saw it and I wanted to run. Well, okay, so here's the problem with building them as part of the base. If I have this part print, that means that I have to fish all the support material out of these screw embossings, right? I have to fish them out of here. Otherwise, I could print it so that this entire thing, the bottom of the printer, is on this side, but then it has to support almost the entirety of the print, which means that it won't. I mean, the standoffs will look great, but this material, and I guess there's room for it to be kind of rough, but it means that I have to break off support material from this entire plane. So it's a little bit bad. It's fairly inefficient in terms of the material that it's going to use. I mean, the other thing I could do is have a piece that fits under here as that 3mm standoff. And then how do I have it screw in? So I have it screw from above to that piece, and then that piece goes from there to there. Because we can fill in this entire C-shaped area with stuff. With stuff. But how do I want that to print? Yeah, I like, that's the visual facets of this program are what I'm all about. I mean, the what do you call it? The workflow I'm used to because I cut my teeth in AutoCAD. You know, I was brought up with it from college and my first job. We're all AutoCAD, and so I learned how AutoCAD works. So I'm kind of stuck with this stuff. I mean, I obviously can go over to other CAD softwares, but this is just what I know, and I'm good at it. So, but yeah, this looks great. The rendering looks great. When you put in the work to actually make it look like the thing it's supposed to look like. All right, so what can I do about that? I mean, I can live with, if I print this from the bottom edge and have little bits of standoff material in here, little bits of support material in these, it's going to make them a little bit rough, but they will get covered over by screws, so. They'll get covered over by screws, but they're difficult to work with. But that is less support material, and if I rely on it that way, then I can build standoffs directly from the platen. which is probably what I do want to do in the end. So 5mm standoffs on these all the way up to the circuit board. We can go back to our bottom plate sketch for that. Listen, chat, I've done this before. This is my method of building stuff, and the settings on my printer. That's going to be 5mm, so I have a chance of cleaning it out, but it's going to be a pain in the ass to clean out. That's just how, because PETG is so sticky. And then these will end up being kind of rough-shodden holes that I need to, you know, dig material out of. It's not going to bridge over that properly. Not on my printer. But we'll try it this way. I mean, I've got decent standoffs or decent settings for the support material. Like, I've got it as good as I think it'll get. It will break off now, but underneath it there will be sort of like bands of 3D print. So, but no, I'm using screws that'll look really good on this. They're the laptop screws, and so they'll have flat heads and they won't look weird. I mean, sure, like if I had countersunk everything, I guess I could use it, but I don't have countersunk machine screws on hand. I think I have black plastic countersunk screws. And I think they are, well, let's check. Let's check what I got in the miscellaneous bin. Because I hang on to stuff like this that'll look cool in a build. I feel like we recently found some. But I don't want to use button heads because it's a little dumb. Here's one. Yep, that's not a countersunk. Never mind. Let's see. Just do a little sample here. If I can find something that'll do the job. I feel like I do have a screw that'll work for this. Those are Torx heads, which could be cool. There, let's go over to this. We'll just do a quick sample in to see if I've got the right thing, but I don't think I do. I mean, the body of this thing is going to be black, so I kind of want a black screw on it. If I wanted one of the silver ones, I know I have the right thing somewhere. I mean, something like this. You know, you get that little countersink on the top. That way the printer can form the screw hole properly. There's one of them. So this is what I have. I don't think I have enough. Maybe I do. I got this, which is, got a pretty good amount of threads on it for plastic. You know, it's got a nice grippy thread, and then it's got a chamfered top, but it barely fits through the holes in the PCB. So I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good match. Barely fits through the holes of the PCB, which means it probably will struggle the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, it's if it was just a tiny bit smaller, but that's too close. It just won't work. If I wanted to be a little bit crazier with it, I could make that work. Just, you know, make it work properly by giving a little bit of a like a little bit of a ream to that hole. But I don't think I'm going to do that. It would have been perfect. All right, so back to plan A, which is laptop screws, which I have plenty of. So, all right. So I'm going to try to print this with support material on top of it. We'll see how that goes. My Wednesday is going to be spent frustratingly arguing with my own 3D printer to try to get it to work properly, which I think it will. I think it'll print fine the first time. It's just things will be a little bit annoying, I guess. But that means that this whole thing can be one piece. I can just extrude upwards from the bottom here. So let's give 5mm to the standoffs here, and we'll do the Raspberry Pi ones first, and then we can design the remainder. So we'll go all the way back to this sketch, I guess, before the chamfer. And let's go edit this sketch. Now, we're editing this sketch back in time. If you'll notice the way that this works, the timeline is rolled back to before I made the solids. So give these 5mm standoffs, and then they're gonna need the screw to grip. So yeah, the hole there is fine. So 5mm on that. I could probably go to like 6. How big can the Raspberry? What can this thing accommodate? Oh, it's got a huge radii. I can almost go to 7. We'll make it 6 because I think those are 6. There's like a ground plane area that's 6mm circle. So we'll bring these out to 6. Larger they are, the better the work. All right, 6mm. I don't know where I got that from. Saying millimeter like that. I think a friend of mine says it like that. So that's just for the Raspberry Pi. We will have separate. Oh wait, I can't do that with those. Control Z. I need to make new ones for these. Get burpy. 6mm on those. See, if I redefine those, then my screw cutouts would be larger, and I don't want that. That'd be a weird shirt. I think it comes from like him just being like a jungle guy, like the jungle MCs. Ah! Okay. It shows like weird radii to... All right, so what I need to do, now that we're all the way over here, I guess we need to extrude the standoffs from the sketch. But I can't like reach my sketch. It's like internal. If I hit extrude, see it wants to highlight the solids. And I haven't selected, I can't really select them properly this way. So what I can do is just unview the body and then choose my solids that I want to extrude. Doot. And these are just for the Raspberry Pi. Now I need to view the bodies again because I'm going to be extruding them from plate to plate. So start, object, and then I need to choose the top plate here. Distance to object, choose that plate there. There we are. We got some standoffs going on. They don't really have to be circular, but I guess the cutouts on the circuit board are circular, so. Yeah, I've done that in the past, but it's a lot of extra work when I can just fly through and do what I did. It's up to what you want to do and what you feel like you're going to be doing with the print in the end. Because if you're doing like the heavily iterative design that I typically do around here, yeah, I'm absolutely going to need to go back and revisit those holes and make them different distances and stuff. And actually, it works really well if you do variables. If you actually make it a variable, then you can go back and change that variable, and it'll change your design without you having to futz around in the timeline. If I were to change the radii of holes and stuff, I'd go back in the timeline to here. But if I, for instance, expand a hole large enough that it's overhanging another solid, it'll create a new closed-in area, and AutoCAD will get very confused about where it's supposed to be extruding what. You have to go individually through the steps in the timeline and correct them and make sure that AutoCAD, because AutoCAD will just make assumptions. Because if they're like, here's a square, and then next step is I'm extruding that square out a little bit. And you're like, oh, but here's a square that interferes with that square. And it goes, well, what do I do with the distance in the middle? And it kind of makes an assumption. It'll often do the wrong thing, and it screws up your drawings, and things become very weird. So you have to go through and like hold its hand in order to tell it what's going on. There should be a selection filter under that select tab in the bar on the top. See, it's those weird little tricks that I don't know. Yeah, it is actually helpful when chat backseats me in that way. There's just, yeah, the phrasing is a lot in streaming, right? Saying it politely so that I'm not like, ah, and I don't attack you. Because yeah, it can be kind of random. That's why we don't have like, that's why we don't really have like punishment for that sort of thing around here. Like I'll mute people who are being a little bit annoying, but other than that, it's like a 1-minute timeout. So they could literally return in 60 seconds. Because it often is a lot of interpretation, and you know, I feel bad about yelling at you guys sometimes because you don't necessarily deserve it. tab and the bar on the top. I'm not sure. Selection of the tab and the bar on the top. Like this? Oh, yeah, you know, I've never really gotten to using it. Show all, hide all, show hide. Yeah, I never deserve it. You're gonna get fucking timed out, you piece of shit. It means there's more, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways to do stuff, and maybe it's not necessarily the right one. I remember when I started out with Fusion, I was doing a lot of equation-based stuff. Like all my dimensions, I gave variables, kind of like I was programming. And I remember Dinsdale Piranha was just like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing it this way? And then since then, I backed off of that a little bit. We're working on the NORNS. Of course I know it's a joke. I keep moving my mouse to fix your drawing. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. It's beyond repair. When the drawing gets particularly complicated, you run into problems like where things just don't happen the way they're supposed to happen. You gotta call Triple D to condense the nonsense. But yeah, there's a lot of like stuff that goes just wrong with this stuff. Yeah, the top of the ribbon would be, yeah, because ribbon, toolbar, tab. What really pisses me off about AutoCAD, and one thing that I wish they could correct is, here's Chrome, right? This is Chrome. Chrome has tabs on the top. And I still have a little area where I can click and move the window. Fusion said, oh, that looks great. That's a really cool system. They really worked hard on that. And they made this wonderful top bar that does everything that Chrome kind of does, except they then have this piece of the program up here. It's not space efficient. I wish I could get rid of that. I wish I could go windowed mode, windowed borderless, because like they really need to go borderless on this program. I have that bar at the top, that you know, 2 millimeters that I could utilize as screen space. Because man, when you open up like Eagle, all those information windows, you guys have seen what it does. I get about this much workspace. What's a NORNS? Yeah, we get that a lot. We get that a lot. GamerLab1, thank you for following. Oh, I think this is Norn. There we go. It is the NORNS shield. I've been calling it the Norn because it sounds like Norm. Top of the toolbar? Yeah, I don't know, man. Wait, what's going on here? Ah, fuck you. Maybe their update broke some stuff. We're untangling some wires. Oopsie whoopsie, we did a fucky wucky. Sorry, ooh woo. It's like, please, I just want to access my bank account. Oh no, what do we do, woo? And you're like, please just let me into my account. I have kids to feed. Yeah, AWS exploding probably has something to do with that. Yeah. Okay, we need generic standoffs on the Raspberry Pi up to the top plate of the NORNS. How's the NORNS gonna attach to itself? Because I don't think I have screws that are that long. I don't have button head screws that are that long. So if I do a top plate, it'll have to have a sunk screw that comes all the way down to here instead of going through the top plate. That's a tough one, huh? How's that gonna work? Unless it like, I mean, I'm not gonna cut the cap off of a screw. I could put like a hex thing in there to hold them together. It doesn't seem like a great idea though. And I don't exactly have a sidewall here to rely on. Having a nub come out of that and be the attachment point would be good. Yeah, that's what I was just literally just saying, yeah. Same conclusion, same time. I don't want a nub from the side though, because I'm not paneling the sides. I'm gonna leave them open because there's a lot of stuff here and it's a lot of design that I just don't want to deal with right now. I want to be done with this today. I could do cutouts for all the stuff and print up a sidewall, but I don't know. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Not for this thing. This thing doesn't need it. It can be a little bit open air. Because, yeah, we'd have to go through, like, Tom's Button Project level of design in order to make, like, good side panels. Because I could have side panels that print out against the bed, and then they could have, like, text on them if I wanted, and that would look kind of cool, because it would be like a matte surface. You know, screw in from the side, and they would have these supports on them that would be a little bit warped because of the way they print. A front and a back panel that's a separate piece. Maybe I do want to do that. Come to think of it, maybe I do want to do that. Like 4 screws in every side, this thing would be held together like a friggin' fortress. Or I could have them interlock with one another. No, 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 this is too complicated. If I do print from the side on the side panel, then I can put text in it, and I can put vent holes in it too. You can put little hexagonal vent holes in the sides. This is going to become a 3-day design, though, if we let it creep away from us like this. The other way to do it is to use actual metal standoffs, which have the threaded end of the standoff as well. So if I have the threaded end of the standoff, then I have something that's going to screw from standoff to standoff. That would be, I would need to cut down some of the brass standoffs so that they're the requisite, boop, boop, 16 millimeters in between these. I do have some black plastic standoffs. Let me take a look at those. Are those the right size? Let me go check downstairs. I'll use the elevator. Boop. Oh, the elevator got stuck. Oh, damn it. I gotta call maintenance. This, oh boy. Oh, wait, no, it's moving again. It's, oh, God. All right, so where is the standoffs that I got down here? I have plastic standoffs. I just gotta find the bin for them. I kind of do really like the idea of the side panels, though. Yeah, it's a real shitty elevator. I don't know who installed it. This is like the debate with all these projects, right? It's like, how long do I want this to take? Because it would look really cool if I could put like Julian's Norn on the side of it, which would be really dorky, but it would be hilarious. And the other thing I could do is use these countersunk screws instead of the, because these hex screws will look really good with on the black. But Julian wants it to be all black. I think do I defy him? Put what's a Norn on the side? What the hell is a Norn? Don't fucking tempt me, I'll do it. Yeah, like the best answer to that I have is I don't know. That troll earlier wouldn't take that as an answer. Like, no, I don't know what this thing is. I don't think you understand this hobby. This hobby is the one where somebody comes out of the ether and goes, hey man, can you build this for me? And I go, how do I tell them no? And you end up going, yeah. and then you get to put a bunch of parts down, and they're like, I already got the software in the thing. They're like, oh, so I don't really need to do much. I can't find the plastic standoffs that I have. Are they already out? Hold on. Doing squats. Yeah, they are already out. Here they are. The hell's a Norn? Not you. Somebody else. Oh yeah, too big. These don't cut it. Darn it. So my thought is, if I do side panels, I could use these hex screws, and then it'll be a black panel with four bolts in it. I really don't want to draw this out any further, though. I mean, this will take time to do. Are these gonna fit? Well, here's the other problem, is that I don't have them long enough to go through. These don't even go through the holes, though. These are 3 millimeter, I think. Yeah, that grips too hard. Damn it. That would have looked cool. I don't want to make this too complicated because I was thinking like if I do like 1, 2, 3, 4, I can have a side panel with the chamfer on it, right? Side panel with the chamfer, and that would internally hold posts for this, so I can have a grippy thing come in on either side. And this will be like up a little further, so it'll just have like a cutout for the PCB or something. That'll hold the top down. I could have made it look cool. I could have done like a soft edge. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Just thinking about it. Give me a minute here, chat. I gotta let my creative juices flow. Delicious. If that comes in from the top, that just sits on a standoff. I mean, I could have the screw internal and then have another fastener above it come in from the top. Right? And then the bottom, I could have mounting the same way that it is right now. It's just there would be outside screws on the thing. I don't know. Thinking cat. I know these are 3, and the ones that are in there are 2.5. Yeah, I don't want to do a threaded rod and nuts. That'd be too weird. It wouldn't be bad, but it would just be a little weird. It would look cool if it was like basically the way that it would look would be like this. Then we need a rectangle. Be 82 by 82. 82 by 82. And then it would be, how tall is this thing? So it'll be like 35, maybe 36. Be like that. Like that's what I would make it look like. It would be flat top and bottom with the chamfered sides a little bit. Tim19862. Hey, thank you for the Prime. Said I'd use this when I figured out how. Accidentally not canceling the trial for Prime is all that was needed. Hey, there you go. Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate that, man. Size number 4 is 2.84. I don't think this isn't English. This is from MakerBeam. Yeah, these are 3. I do have like threaded rods and stuff sitting around too, and I've got long fasteners, but chat, are we gonna go the mile, the full distance on this thing? Are we gonna design this with full side panels and stuff? That's going to make it much harder for me to finish it before vacation to get to Julian. He does want to come back for a stream and actually fool around with this thing, so that's what this channel does. I know. I know. I know. I know. Damn it. Let's do it then. Let's do it then. Because we'll have this be the overall shape, and I'll have 4 screws in the front, 4 screws in the back, and the side panels will be held on by the things going through them. Where do I even start with that? Oh my God. Where do I even start with that? It's going to look like that thing over there. It's what the chat does to the channel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't argue. I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that one. So basically the side panel will be printing against the bed like this and have chamfers on it, and then all the different cutouts for the stuff. This panel will just print directly on the bed like that and have no chamfers on the sides, but it'll have the 4 screws, and vice versa with the other ones. Now, what does that do for everything else? Oh my god, this is complicated. Now, if I can have them lock into one another, that would be nice, but I'd rather just the screws hold everything together. So these panels could also have standoff on them, because they'll print this piece, and then from this, we'll have the standoffs that'll screw in from the top and the bottom, right? DHD. Thank you for the follow. So I need a radius of 2 millimeters around the whole thing, don't I? And that'll sink in like that, and then I'll have the side panel, and the side panel can have support up here. Well, it doesn't need, it needs a support up above this. It needs to be up here going up, and then I can have, that will screw in from there, from above. Will that do the same thing? Hold on, I'm thinking. Stinking. That means the Raspberry Pi will screw in on its own, and then the other thing will have to plug in. We got to make sure that we can actually build this thing, too, when I print it all out, right? Oh my god, this is getting complicated, chat. It means 2.5 millimeter screws from above. No more cutouts on the bottom. Except we still need the corner screw there. Corner screw there. Corner screw here. Or actually, we don't need these at all, because those will be replaced by screws that come in from the front. Because that will screw into the top piece, or it'll screw in from below, like its buddies over here. I'm just trying to get the whole thing straight so that I can put everything onto this and it'll do a good job. I'll have to do separate standoffs for these. That still has to be separate, which I guess is okay, because it'll all be fully internal. You won't see it. So if I do that, and I do individual sides and stuff, I need to figure out what the distance at the top here is going to be. And I think what we'll do is we'll hug this screen a little bit, and I'll go maybe 1 millimeter above this. Oh, HMIDI HD. Okay. I won't remember it, and I'll probably prefer to call you Hamidi for no reason. Hamidi. That's how it ends up on this channel. Okay, so if I go a millimeter above we don't have a ton of space because I need to make sure to represent the knobs properly. So let's make the front face of this thing. And then I'll figure out, you know, we'll solve all of my transgressions on the bottom layer here. Because it seems like we don't need these. These can go away. Unless we want those to mount the front plate. Oh, my head. The front plate will have 4 screws going through the front of it. I mean, this is going to be like a crazy looking NORNS shield case. And the goal is this. Maybe with a bit more of a chamfer on it. But if that's the goal... my head hurts. That's the goal. We do that, we do that, we do that. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I just want it to look good, you know? Just want it to look good. Yeah, let's make our top plate. So what I'm going to need is another sketch. I think I'll do this from its own sketch. I'll just make a new one. So I will add a sketch to, well, I just did. I highlighted the face and then I added a sketch to it. So now this sketch is associated with that face instead of the plane. If I end up moving that object around, that's going to alter my sketch. So I need to be cognizant of when I'm doing this stuff, because if we have to go back and alter things, I need to make sure that they're in the right spots, which actually means that I probably should have done this a minute ago. Take these steps and just group them. Well, I guess I can do that later. I'll do that when we're out of the sketch mode. Enceladosaurusaurus. Rating with a party of 52. Data Science December. What is it? Data Science. What the? What? What are you? Who are you? Why are you in my shop? Hey, thank you for the raid. What's going on? I'm gonna burp. There we go. I'm back. Can't use long bolts from the top all the way to the bottom. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't have long bolts to go from the top to the bottom, and I want them to look good. Part of this is that I'm vain. Part of this is that, chat, I'm extremely vain. I want this to look awesome, and I want Julian to go, whoa, right? That's part of it. Thank you for the raid, Enceladasaurus. We're working on something called a NORNS, a monome NORNS. You may ask, what is a NORNS? I don't know. I don't know what a NORNS is. I don't do as much music stuff as I would like to, says the guy with a Euro rack sitting behind him. Julian actually brought this, but I'm very jealous of your workshop. Yeah, me too. Three Mares, thank you for the gift sub to Enceladasaurus. 391 gift subs. Holy shit. Your name is going to go on a board eventually. We still need to do the hardware. We still need to do the software. And I need to make sure that the board is ready for all of this, right? So this is Burn the Subs. You can see that's a little bit of a Dutch angle. It's a little bit of a Dutch angle, but it's a block of wood that sits on my wall, and it's an interactive Twitch project. It is an XY quote-unquote table that is designed to burn the name of subscribers onto itself. As you can see right now, it's currently thinking very deeply about why it doesn't work. The reason it doesn't work is because it doesn't have any electronics on it. We have been doing what's called Burn the Subs 2.5. This is the third board. Our second board filled up fairly recently. So we're doing little bits of improvement here and there in order to make that board work. Now, in order to make that board work, I need to do the electronics still. I need to get all of that stuff together, and I would like to put them in kind of a fancy enclosure. I just realized that I have something that would be perfect to put this into. I wanted to get into electronics so badly. Dude, electronics are great. And you can start at any point. You could start, like, from a software perspective, working on electronics. I just realized that I have had this for a long time, and this is the thing that my brother built, and he gave to me because he never got it working. Mr. Polinarf! Watch out for that hair. How's it going? Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months. Polinarf. Dead Frames, thank you for the follow. Hey, thank you for the follows, guys. This is a wooden box with a glass front that my brother housed a Nixie tube project in. He stole that rail from a decade counter that we found. And I'm wondering if I could actually fit Burn the Subs in its entirety inside of this. Yeah, it's the hobby side of electronics is not necessarily trained EEs. Oh, I could make this work. Well, that's going to be our challenge, chat. What we're going to do, I don't think I can fit the water cooling in here. We can do external water cooling on this, right? I can have this as the front face of Burn the Subs, and then I get, not with the Nixie tube, stop it. I can put the reservoir and stuff external to this, and maybe we can put this together and make it into our Burn the Subs enclosure. Just realized I had that. We can add a little polyp onto the top of it that'll hold all the stuff. All right. So yeah, this is my shop. This is literally all I own in life. It's everything. There's no more than what you see here. I have a project called Burn the Subs, which is a wall-mounted burning board that is automated. It's a Raspberry Pi powered. It's basically something that gets a name from the Twitch API, processes it, figures out where to put it on the board, and then burns it with an actual physical laser. Right now, it's down. So your subs, your follows, well, the follows don't do anything. Your subs and your gift subs, if you gift to somebody else, they end up on the board. If you subscribe, your name ends up on the board. If you subscribe now, your name ends up on a list of the most wanted, nefarious. No, your name ends up on a list. And what we're going to do is we're going to take that list and we're going to randomize it when it goes up onto the board. The art for the new board is going to be, if somebody is a subscriber, they will end up in like what's called a bubble font in fonts. It's a bubble font. It means that the letters are like the green of Groovy something. They look like that, except there's an outline. It's just an outline. If you gift a sub, the giftee, who typically would just end up on the board, the giftee actually ends up in a single line or Hershey style font, which is just one line of the device jotting it down. It's going to be small. So gift subs are going to be smaller than original subs. And we're going to process all those names and randomize them so that there's no first person on the board based on, when their sub is up and when their sub is coming up. You can subscribe without fear, because we're going to just put you in a pool of random names. That pool's growing pretty fast. It's going to be a lot of names going up on the board at first. That's the tough thing. Okay, so back to what we're doing right now. The other interactive project I have is something called the Fart Box, and it's just basically a Twitch API-powered thing that makes fart noises. Makes 1 of 9 random farts. All right, I've mentioned it. People are going to set off about 1,000 of them. There they go. And this is how she goes around here. So anyway, what we're working on right now, and as I try to talk through a shroud of farts. Okay. Yeah, Dutch angle's a filmmaking term. It just means it's on an angle, which causes unease in the viewer. It's nothing personal. Actually, well, most things we call Dutch around here are probably, it's just a way of demeaning the people who originally were here, I guess. I'm a Dutch guy from Pennsylvania, but I'm not Pennsylvania Dutch. Pennsylvania Dutch are Germans. It's weird. They just called them Dutch because they're lazy. What we're working on here is called a NORNS. We're making a NORNS. We're making the skin of a NORNS. See, I got a NORNS. It's sitting right here. I should probably deliver this to Julian so that he can play around with this. They have a stinky oven. No, stop it. That's another thing that was just made as a way to demean the Dutch. It's fine, whatever, who cares? Check any gas meters you have in the shop. Yeah, I know, right? All right, so this is a NORNS, and I'm keeping... No, you just let it go. I'm keeping the protective plastic on this thing because this is an OLED display. It's a beautiful OLED display that's yellow. I don't know, can I source like a little piece of metal, or sorry, a little piece of plastic to go over this? I really don't want this screen to just be like out in the environment because it'll get all gross. Whatever. Okay, so we're gonna make the top panel of this thing. We're basically trying to fit panels around this entire device, right? So we're going to need to project a lot of different structures onto the outside of this thing in order to do all the cutouts. But what I'm thinking is we make a case that resembles the power supply that we made, only, not metal, but it would be very similar in look, except that we'd have black plastic. And that way I can print like this piece and the chamfer in one print, and then I can print this as a separate part. And that'll get held on by the stuff going out through the top? I'm not sure. We need to kind of figure this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the top plate, and then I'll project sides down onto the thing, and we can see whether or not we can work out where the screws are going and stuff. And like, we got to think about like, how do you assemble this? Where do the screws go? Why am I here? Why are there stitches on my back? Did you take my kidneys? Things like that. We need to make sure that we're able to accommodate all these things. So let's make the top panel. So right now, I have projected a sketch onto the front of the screen. And from there, from the front of the screen, we're going to go back maybe 1 millimeter, maybe 2. I don't know. It depends on how I feel today. And then we're going to go forward. I guess we're going to give it 1 millimeter off of the screen. So what I need to do is I need to project all the elements onto this that I need to create that sort of inset panel, because we'll have the edges of this thing go all the way up to the top. So we'll go 1 millimeter off of this, and we're going to keep it inside of the circuit boards. So I am going to hit P for project. 1, 2, and then down here, 3, 4. I don't actually need the lines. All I need are the points. So we got those 4 projected, but that's not the end of the story. We're probably going to want the centers here of the holes that'll go through the front panel. I am inundated with windows right now. Hold on. Let's do that. Got too many going on at once. I got a screw going down there. Did I actually click something? I think I did. And then another one over here. So my concern with this is that the hardware that we've got doesn't go down far enough. I would like to use countersunk screws on some of them, but other ones I guess I'm going to have to use 2.5mm panhead laptop screws. I don't like using a lot of different fasteners on my designs. If I keep it with the panheads, we don't have that wonderful little contrast, right? I kind of like the contrast. Aldraxic, thank you for following. I like the contrast between the matte and the shiny hex bolt, right? I like that. I think if we have basically, well, imagine this but black. You know, I would put all kinds. I would subscribe all kinds of fancy colors to this thing. Ascribe, whatever. I'd make this thing out of all kinds of weird, cool-looking, fancy colors. But Julian, my musician buddy who commissioned me to build this thing and spent all the money on the hardware, wants it to be black. So I want this type of surface on all of my surfaces. The orange is kind of blowing out the camera a little bit, but what you can't see here is that there's a slight banding to this, but then there's a texture on it, and that's the texture of my print bed. My print bed is just kind of a plasticky, textury kind of thing that the PETG really likes to grip to and pops off of. That's the really important thing. So I think this would be a good surface finish for this whole thing. I'm going to give, you know, I'm going to spend 10,000 hours on this fucking thing. I'm going to give it to him. He'll be like, cool. And that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. I'm going to spend all this time skinning the thing. All I have to do is make a top and a bottom panel for it, you know? Bright Horizon, Aldraxic, My Death Champ, Admiral Entropy, and Dead Frames. Thank you guys for the follows. Yeah, so all right, before I get carried away and we do a full skin of this, which I don't necessarily want to do, maybe we can just do the front face and do the front and the back panel, and we'll see where we are from there. Because you know, I want to print this and have it done and be able to deliver it to him instead of creating an entire skin for the whole thing. It'll look cool with the skin of the whole thing because it'll just look like a plastic box with a screen on the front and some knobs sticking out of it. That would be cool, but it's a lot of work. We are in perspective. Okay. It's a lot of work. So let's get back to this. So, all right. I'm taking those 2 points from the corners. I'm taking the dimensions of the screen, which are already defined on this plane. And then we're also going to need the centers of these. How do we find such things? These were carefully selected. If I take that, I think I can get the center of the knob. Oh, wait, I need to go back into the project menu. Project! I need to project like my political party. Okay, and then I guess I take that whole face. If I take the whole face, how do I find the center of this? Well, we'll give it a shot anyway. So this and then this. I guess I could take... Nope, that's not a full circle. They didn't give me a full circle on that. All right. Boom. Okay, so now I don't need any of the parts that I got from GrabCAD and the GitHub on here. Hey, RYG, how you doing? Doop. And let's take this and let's unview it. Goodbye, solids. I mean, I could, like, what was this? There was a selection set. Show all components. Where's hide all components? Show hide. No, I guess that just did it. But now I don't have any of my sketch elements. Ugh. Hide. Show. There we go. All right. Yeah, not as good. All right, go through this. I could probably make a selection set for that, but too lazy. All right, unviewed everything. Why is that brown? What's going on there? Why is there a highlighted... That's weird. What is that? I think that's part of the PCB that I still have viewed for some reason. Hold on, I gotta get to the bottom of this. Oh no, that's the bottom plate. I see. Yeah. Bodies, origin. Oh, no, I don't need origin. Oh, that messed up everything. Thanks for the advice. T-plate. There you go. B plate and T plate. We're working on T plate right now. All right, so we're in the top plate, and now I've got this geometry here. I guess it's here. It's just not really projected. So I'll put a thing on it. Ooh, yeah, I need to project it. All right, projected. Oh no, I can't. Cancel. That is part of the plane. I just need to take that corner and that. It's like guessing. There's like a couple things here too. That corner to that corner. Oh my god. And then it's like undefined. See that? Oh god. It's supposed to be attached to the screen at the corners. Very strange. Very strange. Well, let me view it again. Let me view it again. What was that part called? There you go. NHD something something something. Wait, let me get rid of my box first. Go away. Okay. So NHD. Actually, you know what? Now I can project it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I need. So they give a little like chamfer on the screen there. Do we want to go inside or outside of that? That's going to be 1 millimeter of material. We could give it a slope too in order to set the screen right. So maybe I do the upper corner of it. This is the view area, by the way. This is where it's actually going to be able to render stuff. So I mean, we could go with the view area, and then all the graphics will be tight to where we've put the display. If I'm not putting anything over the display, I think I want to move away from it a little bit, because I don't know, maybe it'll facilitate cleaning it or something. I don't know. It's not much of a justification, but if I take these two corners and I project them, now I know. Now I know where my stuff is. So let's make a box for that, and we'll unview the screen for now so it doesn't get in the way of our sketch. So I'll go from my projection to my projection. And then we need to make a box around the outside, but the corners of that PCB are chamfered, and I don't have access to the original drawings, so they are permanently chamfered. So what I'll do is I'll make a box that's a construction box from corner to corner of the chamfer. Now that gives me the actual accurate position of the corner of the original corner of the PCB, and the funny thing about reverse engineering is that we are then going to go back and re-chamfer it to be the right radius. Strange times. But anyway, let's make a mega outline of the whole thing. That will go like that. It looks like, yeah, these radii did actually give me a center, which is good, because we need to measure our knobs now. Let's see what knobs we've got. Quit staring at my knobs, chat. I got multiple. So Julian brought over a bunch of knobs from a synth that he didn't really like. So I've got a bunch of these things. Now I like the ones that I printed, but I don't think he liked them. I don't think he liked my grippy knobs. The camera's like, holy shit, is that red? And like explodes. Oop. But I like my knobs. I thought my knobs were cool. How they fit. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful. But I guess I'm not allowed to use them. So whatever. I liked these. I also did button covers. We should check those and see that they work properly. I'll have to reprint these in black. Actually, I'll have to reprint these with proper dimensions. It looks like they don't fit. All right, so that's a mulligan. I'll have to take a do-over on those. Probably make these larger in order to make them like these. Julie wants the whole thing to be in black. I have one black knob here. What are some color sets that we can make this into? This is wild. I got a wild choice of colors here. So here are our neutral ones. Gray is sort of pushing it. We need only 3. Clear, that's gross. I don't like that. Look at all these colors of knobs that I got here. I got a whole rainbow. I got multiple grays. I mean, all right, keeping it dark would be these 3. That just doesn't look very good, though. Julian has standards. I like these though. I like the pineapple knob. You guys can't really see it because the camera's going nuts, but oh my god, I'm like, I hemorrhaged viewers and then they all came back. Twitch is fickle. Fickle Twitch. I mean, brown, black, brown, and gray. I really want to play with the color more on this thing, you know? I wish I could do that. I would love a dual extruder just for that very purpose. I could make it black and white and do cool text and stuff on it. Yeah. God damn it. Showing my knobs is getting me views. Clear probably won't look good with the black, though. These fit over properly? They do. Yeah, they fit actually very nicely, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't know. I could put purple in there, the dark blue, instead of brown. I think that's the darkest combination. Brown, teal, yellow, or white. I don't know. These look a little cheap, though. Or I could just reprint this stuff in black. Well, these are about the same radius, so I don't really think it matters that much. I could also find a knob that isn't weirdly knurled on the sides. And then the buttons, I kind of want to make the same size as the knobs. That could be confusing, though. Yeah, I know, they're too glossy. They are indeed. They are too glossy. But it's what he had. All right, so let's plan for those and let's measure those and get them in there. I think I'm just doing the 2 plates right now. I'll think about the rest of the thing when we get through this. But yeah, I'm going to have to spend my Wednesday being creative on this. I'm really trying to get this to Julian so that I can go on break. And then when I come back, we can start talking about when to get him in here to do another fun Saturday stream. Because that was good times. I hope you guys had a good time on that stream too, 2 weeks ago. 13 millimeters, huh? Gotta go with lucky 13. 13 will barely fit. So I think I might go to 14 on these. Let's check what 14 looks like. 14 has a little tiny bit of wiggle room in there, and I think that's probably good. We don't need it to fit like super duper tightly. So let's plan for 14 millimeters. And that way the knob has just a little bit of wiggle room. A little bit of wiggle room. I think 13 and a half, maybe? I think 14. I think 14. So let's do 14 on the knobs. A 14 millimeter button, I guess I can make. That's easy enough. So we'll take that and we'll do a regular line and then I'll go 14. I can make another sketch to actually produce the buttons. So 14. I don't have that style of knob in CAD. I can get it, and I can import one. And we're going with circular... What just happened? 4. Oh. Going with circular buttons. It looks like we are going to clear the screen, which is nice. The other one that I had much wider buttons. 13 and a half. Think of the crumbs and the dust. It's going to be open sides. I mean, your typical NORNS shield doesn't really have... Yeah, people just have it like this, which I'm cool with. I mean, I think that's really cool. I was going to say cute and cool at the same time, and I couldn't. I like these knobs, though. I like the multicolored knobs. I'm not able to flourish right now. Coil Twitchbot, huh? Thank you for the 100 bims. Bitums. Isn't Coil Twitchbot a bot? Well, it has bot in the name, so... Thanks for the bits. I guess I've reached Coil Twitchbot popularity. This is the layout of the other type of NORNS, and I wish this is the layout for this NORNS, because I don't like the verticality of the box. I like it like this. I think it's spread out and it looks good. But yeah, this is the NORNS. The bot threw $1 in your face. Shush. Okay, well, thank you for the 100 bitums, Coil Twitch bot. I feel like my freedom of design is being severely limited. See, having a piece of plexi over the screen is really nice. The reason I'm printing this is because I don't have plexiglass on me. I wish I did. Looks like this person used the same knobs. I wish I did, because yeah, this looks really good and it's real simple. But I don't have that kind of technology. I don't have access to that sort of technology. I guess I probably could have by now. I could have actually ordered some. This is the best look, though. I love the smoked stuff. I should probably order some acrylic. No, we're going to go without the acrylic. I wish. So yeah, buttons. Well, they're not going to be able to be 14 millimeters, are they? Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. But yeah, how big are these buttons? These are tiny. I know, they're really good. They look rubberized, too. 7.3 millimeter knob, or button. Let's make them larger than that. Let's make these, like, 7. Like half the size? No. 10. Make them 10. Those big play school buttons, right? Okay, it doesn't give me a center? Hold on. Yeah, see, that's not actually locked into anything. So let's go halfway to halfway and with a box, and that'll just give us the center. I got to do this in order to make sure that these points are here and I can actually use them. Yeah, doesn't it look good in smoked? I think it looks great in smoked. Julian also didn't want it to be smoked because it's hard to see. So if you just do it regular plexi, that would be good. I have some smoked plexi, but it's not protected, so it's kind of dirty, and it would be very difficult to see the screen on that. So you win some, you lose some, right? I gotta kowtow to the client's demands. I can tell chat to shut the fuck up, but I can't tell the client to do that. Actually, I can. Julian won't mind if I do that, but he's still the one that paid for this, and so I want to make it, you know, in his style. If I were in charge, I'd do everything differently. Okay, so 10 millimeter buttons, 14 millimeter knobs. We're looking at it upside down right now, by the way. 10 millimeter button, 14 millimeter knobs. Let's keep going with the laptop screws, because I can find, might not be able to find ones that are long enough, but I can certainly try. Smoked plexi, can't you sand the part? No, because it's the plastic itself is smoked. It would actually be kind of cool to do smoked plexiglass, and then you mask off the area and you, like, I don't know, not sandblast, but if you could uniformly rough the plexi so it would be, oh, that'd be cool. So the clear part would be just where the screen is visible. Like, I'd be talking like doing this, but it would be smoked, like it would be a rough cover around there. That would be cool. But no, we're not going to do that. The square buttons are kind of cool, though. These are the buttons that you can order. They're actually from the same manufacturer, so you can do these square buttons. Yeah, fogged smoked acrylic. Wouldn't that be cool? I can't do that. I can't do it, Chad. I just can't. I just can't. Okay, so if we do that, and then we do, I'm gonna keep the round buttons. I think we should keep, we could do square buttons though, because all I need to do is just like extrude around the post. Let's do square buttons. But Julian might want to redo the buttons. He might not want them to be in a 3D print material. It would only have glare in the front of the display. Hey, look, you take what you can get. We'll do 10 millimeter round buttons. I'm gonna keep that, and we'll have to make them in CAD. But yeah, that'll be the front, and then okay, and then we have the 5 millimeter radius on these guys for the screw heads. So these will be 5, and then the screw goes through, so it'll be 2.7. Hello? There it goes. I know, I do think the square buttons will be better, but if Jules wants to replace stuff on this, he'll need to be able to buy buttons and stuff. Then again, if I do make them square, he'll just be reskinning the thing anyway. But the my problem with square buttons is that they can, and the reason that we see all these different designs and buttons when we take apart a like a controller, let's think about like the button, right? On a macro scale. So I got this big square button sitting on this post. If this thing rocks back and forth, it'll go down sideways, and then the 3D print layers will start rubbing up against one another. Now, if we gap it, that'd be fine, but yeah, I think circular is going to be a little bit better in terms of keeping it flat. Now, 10 millimeters is pretty big, so maybe not, but what was this one? 2.7. The problem is that has to go through a significant distance, unless I make standoffs. I guess I do have to make standoffs for it. So there's, this one's the weird one. 5. 2.7. I'm sticking with the original design. I'm not going to go with the countersunk screws yet. We're going to explore this design first and see if I want to make side plates for it. Because the side plates do solve some problems. Okay, so that's our top piece. Those are all the dimensions of the top piece that I want. We'll put a little bit of a chamfer on this, but we're gonna do 1 millimeter of this up, and then we'll do the rest of it down. I guess we're gonna need another outline on this, one for the screen, huh? Like the outside dimensions of the screen. So let's put that in there right now. So this would be avoiding the screen, but keeping the same center. How do we do that? See, this is where, that's where it cuts. So let me think here, because I want that overlap a little bit because it'll look better on the top layer. Well, this is going to print on support too, so it's going to have to be a pretty significant cutout. Damn it. A lot of these elements. So I got to avoid all of that, but I also need like the 4 little posty thingies. If I avoid it as a whole, let's find the center of the screen with a construction line. Okay, that's the center of our screen. Not the center of our view area, which is different. Although it would have been good to limit it to the view area, but let's not bite off more than we can chew. So I need a center rectangle. I need it to not be a construction line. This is going to be the part that goes down and hits the edges of the screen to hold it down. So let's pull that away from the cable and stuff and give it like a sensible number. So 77 by 47. And that'll press down on the edges of the PCB. Although that'll be visible inside of there. We need to make sure that it gets like enough space for that, for the 3D print material to, you know, do what it does over support. So, 76, I don't think, 76 I think is going to collide, isn't it? Nope, 76 is pretty good. Ah, but that doesn't account for the ribbon. Well, I could do a complicated cutout for that. I'm going to make this 50, I guess, because we have to avoid that ribbon. I don't want to. Oh, well, actually, wait. Yeah, we have to avoid the ribbon. Don't want to cut that ribbon. Let's make another box to avoid that. So from the center, and I'll just do a. I'll do a center rectangle. They'll just have some overlap there. So 24 by 6. I'm just making them even numbers just so we get, like, you know, all the right stuff. So there, now we've avoided the ribbon cable, we've avoided the pins for the soldering. We've got it going up near the edge of the screen, but not like colliding with it. And then we have it coming out to accurately the screen area of the screen, not the view area of the screen. This is just what I have to do for a quick 3D print. If I really wanted to draw this out, I could probably do a really cool thing with, like, you know, an acrylic window that inserts into the 3D print and then make this all out of the same, like, sort of like matte colored black plastic, and, you know, give it a look. I would like to do that, but I'm avoiding all of that work. I'm trying to do this quick so I can get it to Julian because he needs to learn how to use it. Because we don't even know what it does here. We don't even know what it does. What the hell is a NORN? What the fuck's salami? I do kind of know what the NORN is. It's just funnier if we were just like, I don't know. All right, so there's that. We can unview the screen now, and we can actually make the top of the top plate. So I'll finish the sketch. That's everything that we need in order to create this thing right now. It's a question generator, yeah. The NORNS produces confusion. See, it reviewed these components that I don't have because of all the messing with it. I have on the PCB, I've specifically unviewed these guys, the packages, because I don't need any of that. See? Okay. Yep. All right, so I am going to extrude that going that way, and then we'll review everything once I get this done. But extrude this, avoid, avoid, avoid. We want this, we want this, we want this. I don't know why that's a separate piece as well. Some of this stuff projected, and I don't think it was supposed to. 1 millimeter. Done. We still need that sketch, because now we're going to extrude this side. This. Nope, not this. So, not that, not that. Is that still selected? Yeah. Oh no, I want that, and I want... Why does that one get that whole area? That's weird. I think I don't want that. No, I do want that. I don't remember. I don't remember which one it is. All right, so we want that, and we want this. Nope. This guy here. This guy here. See, under this scheme, I'm going to have to supply my own standoffs. The problem is that for the screen standoffs, I'm going to have to put plastic at the top so that it doesn't short out because of the modifications that I made to the NORNS PCB so that it would fit the same type of fastener. Kind of annoyed with that, but I got to live with my mistakes here. Okay, so I guess we're going down to the screen, right? So we need to view the screen again. So under distance, I'm going to go to object and select this. Click OK. All right, so now we have our solid. We can tweak it if we need to. Looks like we do, because we're not over the edge of the actual plastic of the screen like I wanted to be. Oh no, I didn't want to be. Wait, we're too close. That's why. No, wait a minute. That's the metal? Yeah, that's the metal, that's the plastic. All right, I think we're good. The only thing that I would do still is possibly, I don't know how to distance that a little bit, but maybe it'll be okay like this, because if it presses against the screen a little bit, it'll be good. Now we can actually view the gaps in here. So if I unview the sketch, because it's a little confusing to look at, what the hell happened here? we have a problem. Let's go back into our extrusion, and I need to select some kind of microscopic area in here. That little guy right there. Causing me problems. What is happening here? Got all kinds of weird... Oh no, unview the screen. And just make sure... Yeah, that's all properly represented. Okay. Yeah, so there's our plate. So this is going to not print out very accurately on the bottom. That's going to have a little bit of an extra width to it because it's printing on top of support, which some printers can just nail that. They're so good at that. I'm printing PETG and I've done the best I can. I think my support material is good, but it's not that good. Or I actually, you know what? I think I'm going to print this as the bottom surface because then screws will cover this up as long as I can. And I could always take an end mill. I have a 5mm end mill. I could just put in that hole and then it'll clean that up and get it to be the right distance. And then this will be the one that has all the accuracy and the bands on it. So this will fit very tightly to the screen and that'll hold it in place. I could soften up these edges too. But if this prints against the bed, I think I just want to keep it square. I was thinking of like putting a little angle on that so that it kind of like tapers into the screen. I've never had good luck with that though. So let's just leave it as a square angle. We remember, because we have brains, we remember that these are 2.5mm on the ends here. So let me do those. And I think the rest of this is probably going to be me like filing down standoffs so that they're the right depth. So 2.5, like that. We can view all of our other stuff. Because yeah, if I wanted to go absolutely nuts with this thing, and boy howdy do I want to go absolutely nuts with this thing, what I could do is design side panels that would fit into these, and it would have cutouts, or it would have just like, you know, the side panel would have a thing that goes over here to actually meet it, which is a temptation. I do kind of want to make a front panel for this though, with like stuff in it. I could really round out the look, huh? Because if I take from there to there and I expand that, I got a whole side panel, and I know where the memory card is going to be because of these 3D models that I have. Think. I'm trying to figure this out. What do I want to do? These buttons stick out entirely too. Buttons. And if that's against the bed, then I can put like text on it. Turn this around so that it's right side up. Oh wait, it was right side up. There we go. And then if I add text here, oh, it's really busy. I do. Height 5. No, not 45. I can like microscopically put that in. I should probably mark the in and the out, shouldn't I? As the with the triangles instead. But the problem is that this layer is going to be the one that has support material on it. So if I do text and I make it one layer high, then it will try to bridge over the text and inevitably fail. But it'll make for, you know, an interesting thing. It'll also try to put support in there. So never mind. Let's not do the text. Not gonna worry about that right now. Can you cover the corners of the top plate with rubber-like corners? That'd be cool. Yeah, put like a weird shaped bumper on the sides. That's more for like, I don't know, it's not quite what I would do. It's not quite, you know, what I would design. I could do a new sketch on the face in order to create that. But I mean, what I was thinking was, if it's a Nokia, I'd have to register it. as a weapon. See, if I make a side panel, then that's going to print against the bed going towards the other side of the case. And so that way I could actually put like a standoff between these two that's attached to the side and then put a partial standoff down here. And that way you would screw this piece into the top piece down to this, and then you would come in from the other side with screws here to hold the circuit board together. And then, of course, you'd sink the Raspberry Pi onto the whole assembly and then bolt it all together. That's what I was thinking. Those connectors go outside of that area a little bit, so that would make it a little tough to do. Because I'd have to have the cutouts for these go all the way down to the bottom there. All the way down to the very bottom of the enclosure, because that would have to insert from the bottom like that. Unless I did side standoffs for the Raspberry Pi, and then you would put everything together, and then the back plate would go on and screw in of its own volition. But I don't have space to get screws in like here. Because like I wouldn't be able to use the same locations of screws if my side panel had standoffs built into it. I'm thinking aloud right now, chat. I'm gonna burp. I'm back. What do you guys think? I mean, I can continue with it just like this, right? And I can furnish my own standoffs. I have absolutely no idea what a NORN is. But it's mono makes it as a NORNS shield. It makes cool noises. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could use it as a sequencer for, you know, making music for the pre-stream. Do those bolts fit in there? Yeah, okay, so we can leave the bolts on the hardware. Well, the most functional thing that we can do right now is just this. If I want to, I could put like I don't have a like an STL or a DXF of the radioactive sandwich or whatever Julian is branding himself as, and I'm not going to brand this with my own brand. This is a NORNS shield. It's an open source Raspberry Pi sequencer helper. It does a lot of really cool stuff. Makes a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, it's just a NORN command. It's the same thing. There's a couple different like iterations of this thing that you can look at. Yeah, it's just my issue right now is like, where are the screws going? Where are they going? Where are the screws? Because you've got space for screws going in on either end. The only way that I could make up for not having screws is to use threaded standoffs like this. But I would need to shave down the standoffs that I have for them to be the right distances. See, like that one I'd have to cut down. But what that would provide me with is a screw hole on the outside, and then if I have another standoff on the other end, then I'd have two threaded screw holes that I could go into and make this thing. The problem is, these are brass. These don't look that great, right? They don't look amazing. Where does it expect me to have the screws for the outside? 1, 2, then 3 and 4. I could technically make a front and a back that would have those side screw posts in them. Brass is like budget gold. Yeah, I suppose so. You know, I think I'm going to leave it to standoffs. I think I'm just going to be happy with this front and back panel. We can play with the back panel, though. We can do cool stuff with the back panel. Because, like, well, I started a little late, so I'm going to go later. So, yeah, we can figure it out. This is, like, the problem. I've made such a nice 3D model, right? I've gotten together all the cool stuff that'll make this thing go, and I could do, like, a comprehensive oh bother style panel for this whole thing. But it's like, I don't know, chat. Oh, the other thing is that we'd have to clearance the cables that would be plugged into here. What's this project about? Well, a NORNS is a sequencer, right? My buddy Julian was here 2 weeks ago. I can't believe it was 2 weeks. Well, it's about 2 weeks ago. It was Saturday before last. And he was here making music, and I was here making this. This is the NORNS. It's a sequencer helper kind of thing. It's like it does like custom DIY kind of music-y stuff. It produces sound. It mixes your sound a little bit. I mean, it's got one in and one out, but it can work with a monome, whatever it is, that big sequencer thing with all the buttons on it. And you can use it in order to trigger a bunch of different stuff. And the different stuff is up to whoever programs whatever program you're running. So there's like a scripting language with it and everything. It does a lot of really cool stuff. It needs a cover. It's currently DIY project levels. And so I want to put a front and a back cover on it. And I kind of owe it to Julian, and I need to get this to my friend, Julian. So we need to finish this. I need to finish the fight. So I think I'm going to leave it open like this. I don't think I'm going to do the brass standoffs on it. It's going to look a little weird. It'll lend it a little bit of color, but we need to make buttons on this thing. So the buttons are here. How far do those press? What surface can I put the sketch on? They've got like a fixed distance from the top of the button that they go. So let's pull up the button. We need to figure out what they are, and basically what I'm doing right now is I'm defining the bottom of the button as a height from whatever surface we choose. Are they really cut in like that? Yeah, they are. Yeah, we'll probably choose one of the outside surfaces, but I need the data sheet for this thing in order to intelligently create some kind of a solid off of it. So, NORNS shield, and then that will take me to the GitHub. And then that will take me to the bill of materials. And then that will take me to the switch. The switch. Hold on. Push button, DPST. All right, PVA, blah, blah, blah. Data sheet. Make it wider to reroute the USB cable. I mean, that's what they did. That's essentially what they did. So the NORNS is the monome NORNS is a different product, and they basically rearranged everything. That's a pretty slick looking product. That's pretty slick looking. But it is essentially still a Raspberry Pi with a screen on it. I don't know why. Sequencers are neat. Sequencers are neat. You don't need that much talent to use a sequencer well. You just need to talently program it. All right, so let's make some buttons. It would be nice if we could steal like rubbery buttons and knobs from something. I personally can't, so we're just going to make a 3D model that'll define our button. And so in order to do that, I need to know what height the button presses down. So you got these dimensions right here. I probably could have stolen them from there. That doesn't help me. I need to know what that distance is, and I could get that with calipers, but I'm going to look at a data sheet just so that I have a number in mind. So this button is this thing right here. That does not tell me the throw. Total travel, latching travel. 2.4 millimeter, perhaps. Is it 2.4? That feels like more than 2.4. Oh, operating force. What is OA versus EE? I think OA and EE have to do with the latching action. Like when it latches, it doesn't rebound as far. Yeah, rubbery knobs feel better. They feel better. Bounce time, resistance, latch level. Now, I'm gonna go with 2.4 millimeters, but we should measure it too. So, yeah, there are different models. Like when a button latches, they often have one of those compliant mechanisms or whatever they're called, where the thing will key over into a different path that limits it. So when you first push it down and it latches, it'll bounce up less until you push it down again and it unlatches, and then it'll move more. I don't have a switch example for that, but they're all over the place. But what we could do is we could just measure this. So we got an initial height and then a pressed down height. And all I want is an offset from here. Actually, it doesn't matter where I measure it. I can measure it from here. So that's 8.46. Did I press it down a little bit? 8.46, 6.12. So it is about 2.5. The right-hand column identifies OA and EE. Oh, OA is momentary and EE is push-push. Why would they define it the second time they use it? That's obnoxious. You define an acronym the first time it shows up in your document. And you actually read your document so you don't make mistakes like that. And technically, 2 columns, you would be reading one column and then the other column. So that's a mistake. And I now am suing them. 2.4 millimeter. Okay, 2.4 millimeter is about our travel distance. That sounds about right to what we got on the calipers just now. So 2.4 millimeters from wherever I decide. Monk BLT, thank you for rating. Party of 4, how you guys doing? So from the very front of this thing, we go down 2.4 millimeter. That's where our button starts, and then we extrude up to the end. I think we start our sketch down here, and then we'll extrude 2.4 millimeter up the distance of the button, and that'll enable us to create the outer shell. Yeah, I think that's right. And we have 10 millimeters on this thing, and we want them to interface with one another and be loose, so we'll probably do like 9 millimeter. We'll give it a full millimeter radius around that it can travel in. What are those? Are those French fries? How's it going over there? All right, so let's take this right here as our bottom plane. Oh yeah, okay, so I want to make a new sketch, and I want to do it right here. Ah! This sketch we're going to call button. B-W-U-T-T-O-N-S. Buttons. We're going to make our buttons here. All right, so we've already got a square, approximately at the center of which is our button head. What are all these features? These are all things that we need to avoid, right? Yep, looks like they are. Go back to top view like this. So from, let's see, the projected center of the button, I guess. Yeah, so let's take a projection of this whole surface. So now that we have that, and we're going to create a rectangle from the center, I think. Yeah, that doesn't, okay, so I need a construction box, and I'll take it from the center to the center there. So now we've got the center of our button approximately, right? And I don't know, I guess I should make one button, and then we could just project the other ones onto the other ones. This channel would be good for your dad. Oh no, did we have a Gen Z raid? I'm an ancient man. I've been around a little while. So I need a circle. We're doing circular buttons, not hexagonal shape or anything weird like that. And we're gonna do 9 millimeter, the size of a bullet. 9 millimeter on that. Now I can do a center rectangle in order to avoid this stuff, but give it a tight fit. So I'm gonna make it maybe 0.1 millimeter larger. I mean, we do technically have this box here that we can utilize. So I could take this path and I could use an offset, and I could make this 0.1, which is really annoying if you have to find that. But I'm doing 0.1 because if I make it exactly the right size, it will just be fit way too much of a press fit. Now you got to give the 3D printer a little bit of wiggle room on that, on stuff like that. Stuff like that. Are the generations like the same all over the world? Yeah, I think everybody defines them just about the same. It's just from person to person, you're going to get different definitions. And I'm in the wiggle room. I'm an old millennial. or the lost generation, as they call them. But people talking about generations are generally complaining about generations, so it's not really worth giving them time. Not really worth giving them time. All that stuff is not worth sweating. The one problem with this is when I go to extrude this, I'm going to have to click like 600 things because there's all kinds of little geometries in this thing. So let's finish this sketch. Here's our sketch. Looking good. So I need to actually find all of this stuff. There. Ah! Okay. Oh, that was blocking, I see. I don't want an X to be projected into my thing, you know? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Oh, weird. Weird, that's very weird. Take that guy. We just gotta make sure all this stuff is represented. Representated. All right, we get this, and then we get this. And so that gives us our 0.1 millimeter offset from everything else. So now we take it 2.4 into the sky. So our start is actually going to be an offset, and that's going to be 2.4 millimeter. So now when I push the button, it goes all the way down. Let's make it 2.6. 2.6. We'll give it 0.2 millimeter wiggle room on that, huh? How about that? So now I want to extrude this all the way up to the top here. So extent type is to object. I take it all the way up to there. That's a new body. That's okay. That's all good. Looks like we didn't get something here, though. What's that all about? I guess I could fill that in. I just hope it has the same radius on it. Oops. Oh, no. Oh, no, everything went wrong. We might need to do it again. No, that's okay. Oh, wait, I missed a part. Give it this little boop right here. Give it that little boop right there. I need it to highlight. Hello? I need you to select this geometry for me, please. 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 Oh, wait, I'm not in the right thing. There we go. That's always, I always mess with there. That always messes me up. That's what I meant to say. No, this is the same thing. So when that lever travels down, it's going to contact this piece right here after 2.6 millimeters. It's the same thing as going from the top down. You don't want to go from the top 2.6 down. You want to go from what it's going to hit up against up. And this will allow me to... beard hair in my mouth. This will allow me to shroud the whole thing in button. It'll also look clean too, because it'll be coming out of the top of that thing. Yeah, this is what we want. I really want to go psycho overboard with this thing. I know everything in my brain's telling me not to, but I really want to go psycho overboard and do all the sides and everything, and like just pepper the thing with logos and cool shit and make it like the coolest thing ever. I'm really resisting this. You're not convinced. The 3D model will reveal. It will reveal when it comes to fruition. So our distance is to the top of this. To object, and I would really like to select just that plate right there. Oh yeah, they are going to stick out. Oh man, that's annoying. I wonder if I made this plate go simply upwards from where it was, if I would have a better time of it. So then how far do we want the button to come off of the top here? So this is where I have to somehow choose this whole thing to extrude. Can I get a surface in there? Let me look at the sketch. So this would be the button. This would be the top plate. The button. And then this would be the buttons. So I look at that again. Hey, thank you for the follow. Chat, you're dumb. Give me a minute. I'll show you that you're dumb. So we're not viewing the button. I'm going to hit extrude, and I got to select everything inside of that circle. The only annoying part is that this is a good parts drawing, so it means that everything is there. Maybe if I unview the stuff, Maybe I unview the button itself. It'll be easier to select everything. That has not made it easier. It's literally, all there is a sketch. Please. Ugh, okay. Just a lot of complicated geometries that I gotta like, a lot of overlapping little lines that I gotta plan for. So if I hit extrude and I do all of this stuff, all of it, as the circle, as the top of the button, good, 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 looking good, looking good. All right. So the distance, and I gotta bring my button back in. I gotta do extent type to object. Start is off this object this time. So the start's this surface. We're gonna go 1 millimeter. Oh, we're not going to object, we're going distance. 1 millimeter off of the top. Ta-da! Now we have a button. AutoCAD's going to think about that for a little bit. Inhibit, I love that guy on Pimp My Ride. Yeah, so the 2.5 millimeters is right here. So between this and this, we have 2.6. They gave it a little bit of wiggle room. So if I inspect that, I can go from, here, let's get the sketch out of here. I need to unselect that too. All right, so without the sketch in there, we can see what we got. So what I have done, actually, I do want to give it a little more than 1 millimeter. Let me go back to that step. Let me give it 2. Just so that there's 3D print material on top of there that'll, actually what'll probably happen is it'll try to, well, if I print it from the other end, I'll print it from the other end, and that way there won't be an excess of material, and this thing will fit pretty tightly. So I have given it a distance to move from here to here. Oops, to here. And that's 2.6 millimeters, which is the travel that we measure to the button. See, measuring it from the top down, we measured the pylon against itself, and that gets rid of the dimension of the pylon and leaves us with the travel. So the travel from any point to any point on this button is going to be 2.6 millimeters. So what I did is I took, I took the surface where it was going to hit up against, and I offset it by the distance that it's going to move, and then went up from there. Yeah, I figured it was a misunderstanding because, yeah, it's not that complicated. It's just interesting. If I change the radius of that circle, the problem is all of those other geometries that it interferes with is going to cause AutoCAD to just have a baby, and it'll just go psycho. It'll start like highlighting weird stuff. That's an unfortunate thing that I can't really get around. So what I think I want to do is I want to move this all up, because I kind of want to bridge that. I don't want that to be like, I don't know. What do I want to do with that? I mean, if I take that, what's the distance between these? Because I do kind of want it to be minimal. From here to this surface. So like 2 millimeters. We've got like 2 millimeters that we need. Boy, that's going to make for a thick panel. She's going to be thick. Thick, thick, thick. We already are thick. Look how thick we are. Even a bowl of oatmeal. We're already 3.4 millimeters. And I need like 2. Thicker than a Snicker. I haven't heard that one. That's good. I don't like the buttons floating over the surface like that, because like in terms of things catching together, that can kind of lead to that. I mean, I could make like a little wall radius around it that would bridge it. Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do. I think I need to make like a little wall radius around it, that a little walrus, a little wall radius around it that'll bridge the gap between the two. Then again, like how far do these go? what do these knobs look like? Are these going to bridge that? Yeah, those are. Okay. Those are definitely going to do that. So I need to do the same thing. I need to have a little skirt. Little skirt. Skirt. I need to have a little skirt under this. Okay, that's not coming off. Hold on a minute. Fine. Blue and gray. You know what? You guys all, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. I'm just going to put these on here. These have arrows on them too, which is another thing that's not really kosher. Because I'll 3D print the buttons. And we got the knobs. Oh no, I still have to get the bolts on those. Damn it! I'll have to rip those off again. Yeah, let's put a skirt around this. My only problem with adding a skirt is I really don't want to select 500 different geometries again on this, so... But I really don't want to make another sketch. Man, fine. Oh, close that. I guess we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to select 600 different geometries again. Offset, and let's make that a -1 millimeter. Oh, it's gonna have to be -0.5. Because we have to make sure that we clearance this stuff, because this is the stuff that we're gonna be hitting up against if our stuff is too large. So 0.5 millimeter sidewall. I hope that'll actually come through in the 3D print. We're kind of pushing it with that. You're kind of pressing it here with all of these concerns of yours. You literally hit on every single point that I've already made. You've hit on all of the points that I've made making this. It's got a 1 millimeter clearance to the outside wall here. And I've already covered the fact that it's 3D printed. So if you think about like the square buttons that they make for these, they can tend to like fall on one end or the other if the force on it is not managed properly, which is a big part of controller design, big part of game controller design. But these are circular, they're round, they're pretty tight to the button. I don't think they're going to move all that much, but if these two rub together, they're all circular layers stacked on each other. Well, they're like trough shaped. So your edge is like a knurled kind of thing, and if it hits against another one, they lock together. But we've got a millimeter clearance around this thing. 0.5 millimeter clearance around this thing. So that should be pretty good. I mean, these don't move all that much side to side. They do a little bit, but it's not a millimeter. It'll be fine. And it's only 2.5 millimeter travel. So, and it fits in the button because it's press fit. I've literally designed it around the switch to have a what is it, 0.1 slightly larger 3D print, which given my printer will grip pretty well. Plus, I could just print one and see. I can always change that. That's this right here, the 0.1 going outward. Yeah, 0.1. Oh no, did I go 0.1 in the wrong direction? I think I did. No, I'll have to fix that. Fix that in a second. Actually, I can fix it right now. Fix it, fix it, fix it. That should be... Where's that coming from? No, wait a minute. That's correct. That's correct. I just don't know which one's based on which one. Which one came first? Well, the one is supposed to actually be the outline of this. So I think, yeah, I do need to go in the opposite direction. But wait, what's this gap? This is all over the place. Oh, it's because I'm coming from here. No, wait a minute. What did I highlight here? Hold on. Yeah, we gotta figure this out. I think I did that, and then I went, yeah, and then I went 0.1 in. I'm supposed to go negative 0.1. And that just gives me a little bit of a gap in the plastic there. But that should press fit. Okay, so finish that. Unview the button. View the sketch. hit extrude, choose this, 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 this. So many little weird cuts in this material. All right, so from there, I'm gonna then, what is going on here? Okay, I don't have to worry about that. So now I have to go to the bottom of the button. So we're gonna go extent type. No. Start object. Start, and I'm gotta get myself down here. There. And then we go, how far? Well, I'm afraid I'm gonna hit the other parts of the button on this, so I think I need to make a measurement. For now, I'm gonna go 1 millimeter, but hold on, but hold that thought, because we need to now measure the height, this height right here. So I'm inspecting this. Where is this thing? There. 1.8. So we have 2.5 down. We've got our extra 1.8, and I'm just trying to close the gap so that it looks like it's part of the same device, you know? And if I went down 1 millimeter, this thing goes 2.5 down towards this here, and I've got a little bit, probably like maybe 2 millimeters to go here. So I can go down 1.5 and still clear the bottom piece. You got to think mechanically here, chat. So I'm going to go back into this, and I'm going to go, oops, wait, close the measurement. 1.5. Trust me, this will work. So 1.5 millimeter, I can unview my button. There's my button. It's very boring. It is just a cylinder. And it sticks up really, really far. But it is what it is. I think the other versions of this case like go up significantly from the screen. You know, like if I were just stapling a piece of plexi over top of this, it would be like 3 millimeters of plexi, right? So I'm going 1 millimeter above the screen to keep things flat because we've got a screen hole. So that's our button. Oh man, I mean, I could make standoffs for this, but like I'm going to be making physical standoffs for it. But I mean, I could make 3D modeled standoffs if I want, but I may just leave it at this because I've got a lot of 3D printing ahead of me. Let's just like, I could duplicate the buttons too. I could move and copy and move them all into position. Although it's hard to find geometry to fit onto the top of this thing. Like I've got the center of this plate right here, but then that would set the button down further than it would go. It's weird. I mean, you could make like a center to center line here, and that would give me a place to snap the new part to. Or I could just, I forget what the offsets were for the actual items. I could also just move copy and move it close, and it would look all right. But I'm going to leave the design as it is. It's going to be a little bit more of a functional engineering design because I've got a bit of 3D printing ahead of me now. I have to figure out how to furnish all the standoffs for this. And I've done some work with that. Like for instance, the screen standoffs are going to need a little bit of tape. But I think I'm going to use the brass standoffs. So Julian might come back and reskin it himself. If we were going to do like a full bother on this, it would take us another week because I would need to design side panels that not interlock, but they would need to support, you know, the screws and everything on these. And it would be cool to do, but I think it would be more betterlier if I left it to Julian to reskin it and he put a piece of plexi over the front. I'm just going to leave it as a sharp cylinder because otherwise it won't print properly. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just like make it a softer button like that. I mean, I can leave it like that. It looks more like a knob now. I guess that'll be less harsh on the finger, but I don't think it'll print properly if I do that. I've tried stuff like this before, and it just kind of makes it dumb. So we could leave a sharp edge. Or I could do even more 1980s feel. I could do a chamfer and just taper it in. Bop, Bop. Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt. That actually wouldn't feel very good. You do that, and it'll feel like an '80s radio, right? Let's cancel that. Let me put just like a very slight. I'll put like just a tiny little bit into that, just to knock the edge off a little bit, just so it doesn't hurt. Just so it doesn't hurt, because everybody hurts sometimes. All right. I would love to be able to do the side panels on this, but I think they're going to be too much. I think it's just too much to do. Side panels and then have them like bolt to one another. So it could have like that screw hole in it, and then I can have something that goes a little bit higher than that, and then have the countersunk things go into there. Yeah, I don't want Julian to split literally in half when he pushes a button. Omae wa shinderu. Nani? Yeah, so make a second Norns so you can make the panels yourself. You know how much fun it would be to do the intro music with something like this? If I bought a Monome or whatever the Monome pad is, and then use this with some like custom programs on it, and I just had that authoring like just ambient woobling ahead of the stream. That'd be great. It kind of is. It kind of is. It's a sequencer, so it is kind of a smart button pusher. All I heard from stream was before the ads kicked in was, oh, enough. Yeah, something like that. It would be cool because, like, all you have to do is kind of poke the squares in order to get it to do different stuff, which I would thoroughly enjoy. But yeah, so what we did is we created a bottom panel with built-in supports. We created a top panel that'll house a button and stuff and avoids everything appropriately, you know. Yeah, it is. It's a WTF is a Norn is what I'm making. We made a button that will fit this case and be fully covered. And I could tweak all that stuff, but I don't think I'm going to. This panel will press up against the screen and hold it in place. And then I'll have brass standoffs that'll cut down to the right size inside of here. So I'll need a long standoff here that has threads going upwards, and then I'll need to put a bolt down through that to have a standoff right there. I still got my work cut out for me. This stuff never dies, does it? The alternative to that, of course, would be me planning on making side panels. So let's get into that. Let's get into that. No, I'm not. If I was doing CNC, I would find myself the burliest wood I possibly could and have this thing all cut out with wood and then give it like a nice dark stain. That would be so cool. But no, I don't have a CNC. Someday we'll CNC this thing. Let's try to actually put the finishing touches on this thing, right? Oh, there's a toolmaker machinist. That's cool, man. I mean, all I have is this Sieg X3. The Sieg X3 was actually from me winning a Reddit Millionaire Makers contest, and then I was like, I kind of want a drill press, like a better drill press. And I looked at Grizzly and I was like, okay, I can get a milling machine. Like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's like an entry level, like it barely does its job. It's pretty good though. I enjoy it. All right, chap. You ready for this? Yeah, we're gonna do. Oops, I was hitting control and trying to move it in the OBS window. Yeah, let's take the bottom here and let's now should we make it on this face? I don't think so. Well, it has to come up from there to the very top. So I guess that is probably where we should make it. All of my sketch elements are going to be out on the extremes too, on the extremis. Yeah, okay. So create sketch. Actually, what do I want to do? Where do I want to build this thing? I could just take it from origin. Oops, that reviewed those. We want to hide all those sketches because we don't need them right now. We're not taking it from the original sketch because there's too much stuff to confuse us in there. So, new thing here. Let's take the Norn PCB. which is essentially what we're housing. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. It's hard to kind of nail down what exactly this thing is supposed to be. You know, we got a lot of those questions. What is a NORN? I'm like, I don't know. I actually do not know. Stuff. I don't know. I don't know what a NORNS is. All right, so all I want is corner to corner. Corner to corner projection. Get this thing out of here. And then we're going to give it a couple constructions here. This is basically what I've been doing to find the edges this whole time. Here to here. And then I'm going to take that and make it into a box. Now here's the thing, is we need to get the sidewalls of everything. So we actually need to chamfer these. So I guess I'll do that. But we want things to fit together. So I don't think I'll give it a 0.1 inch radius though, because we want it all to kind of crush together. So the tolerances are very, very tight about this thing. But yeah, Julian's going to use it in both a studio and a live performance setting. Does the program know what you're making works? Can you test it before building it? You mean like the CAD program? Absolutely not. The CAD program doesn't know anything. The CAD program, all of the models that I've got are from GrabCAD and the manufacturer's website. So I'm trusting GrabCAD to have the good model, and I'm trusting the manufacturer's website to provide people who are making stuff with their parts with the most accurate representation of the dimensions of their part. There are probably plus minus tolerances in all of that, which I could account for, but basically it's a big trust exercise, and that's why I'm using these gaps, you know, as judiciously as I can. So the problem here is that we are designing this around the chamfered edges that already exist. I need like a curved end here. So technically, if I base this on the other one, I could have planned, or I could have taken those things in, but stay back. Thank you for following. Trying to think about how I want to do this. We know it's 2.5 millimeter. At least we know what that chamfer is. But I would like it to actually follow the design here. I mean, what if I... Okay, so if I created the chamfer here, this is going to error out. Maybe not. Okay, that's actually not going to break the drawing. Oh, nope, there it goes. Constraints and or dependencies were removed because I made a square from edge to edge. So you know what? You know, I think I could do, I don't need to use the rectangle tool to create this. I think I can just do line tool. If I do that, it's not going to let me chamfer it. I mean, I could just create an arc from point to point. So we'll just tangent arc, maybe. Well, that's just the wrong tangent arc. That's just not even the right. I guess I could just do it with individual lines. Right, and then I can do this. 2.5, it's still gonna throw an error. Yep. It just always throws an error. It just does not want you to do chamfering inside of the sketch, but I need to, because I need those filleting inside the sketch. I need that to be filleted because I need that roundedness corner thing to create my sidewalls. So what do? Hold on, I'll figure this out. Oh yeah, I didn't project the other ones in either. So if I go back to project and I view the circuit board, I can take these guys in. Actually, you know, I could just take all of these lines in. I might as well, because they were made in Fusion, supposedly, or Eagle at least. So yeah, what I can do is I can project, and then I can just take the entire edge of the circuit board instead of those points. Damn it. Nope. Ah! Messed it up. I keep messing it up. Project this, this, this. Let me come back over here. Make sure to get these edges. So this is where I defined the other solids. So we'll just go off of this. And then I'll need to build in screw posts that don't interfere with stuff. So like that. Okay. And now I don't need to view the circuit board. There we go. Take that solid. Now, how big is our sidewall going to be? I think we're going to do probably 2 millimeters, right? 2 millimeter. 1 millimeter's pushing it in terms of integrity. Maybe 1 millimeter would be better. Maybe. Now, 1 millimeter is too thin. That's kind of pushing it for 3D prints, right? So I take that out 2. That's going to be our sidewall. Now I need to know what's where. So we're going to do the 4 bolts in the front and the 4 bolts in the back. And I need to figure out what those locations are. And I'll use the hole tool in order to put them in. I just need to figure out where they're going to be on the solid, because I'm going to have to print posts that reach out to them from the other side. So that's going to be like a big vertical print material thing. That's why I'm starting this in a new sketch. Sides. So like if I finish the sketch, I can actually take this along with all the stuff. Whoa, what is fighting on the NORNS shield model? Look at all that Z fighting. I think Frieza would show up with all the Z fighting going on. All right. Solids there, and there. And then this thing, if I wanted to, I could show what it would look like. If I extrude, and then it would be start from an object, the bottom, and go all the way to the top. Extent, sorry. 2 objects, all the way to the top. New body. Just do it like that for now. So that's essentially what I wanted it to look like. And then I can build into these panels, like, you know, a little vent and just mark them and stuff like that. But yeah, that's essentially what the look would be. Which I kind of like. In black plastic, I guess that would look all right. We can't print it, unfortunately, as one giant piece to go in, but this could also provide me with the standoffs that I need from the inside of the model. So I could have just like a bump standoff on the screen. Actually, I can't. Oh no, but if the panel goes on from the side, I can, yeah. The panel goes on from the side, then I can have something that basically holds up the screen and is plastic. So there's no short there anymore. What is a pre-chamfered fade off? What are you talking about? What you talking about? But yeah, I need to plan out where the screws are then going to go, because I need to actually build them into these side panels along with posts for this stuff. So I need to split up these 4 objects and I guess work on them individually. And I guess the place to start would be by drawing a straight line from there in on the sketch. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Let's get rid of this extrude step. So from the sides. Ah, jeez. Well, stuff getting in the way. What is that? Oh, Raspberry Pi stuff. So let's see. If I'm doing, which one am I doing here? We're doing front and back. Because yeah, those are this one has like a lot of stuff in it. And it front and the back has access to like that mid hole. So bolts in from the front there, and then that one will have all the complicated stuff. This one doesn't really have, I guess it does have space. All right. So if I come from over here, do a straight line, I gotta make sure that I'm selecting the right thing. Yeah, let's unview all the stuff again. This would be a good argument for selection sets right now. Or view sets, or whatever you want to call them. Go from there, make sure it's 90 degrees. Oh, this is a wonderful thing that Fusion does sometimes. What about heat? I literally said that I was going to put vents in it. I already said that. Yeah, the ones that I can put vents in it, and I will, if I decide to do the sides. Split body? No, because I need to add the standoffs to them and everything. I need to figure out what that geometry is going to be, right? Or would it be easier to split the body? I think I'm going to do them individually, because then I can build up the sketches on each individual face. I don't know. I'm doing it this way. We're going to make them into a bunch of different solids. This is one thing about AutoCAD that I think Short Lurker and I have been raging about for a while, is that sometimes when you click, it thinks you're clicking and holding instead of clicking for the initial point of your line. Because the way I interpret the lines is going down is you choose your front point and then you choose the next point and then you're done. Whereas this AutoCAD seems to think you want to click and drag and then let go in order to create your line. Both work, but the software doesn't know which one you're doing. So it makes an assumption sometimes, and it gets it wrong often. I'm gonna go from here, 90 degrees, straight out, like that. That's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do 4 separate extrusions for it, even though I guess they're exactly the same as one another. Which way are we going? Oh yeah, front and the back panel have the curves on it. Was I gonna do the side I was gonna do the side panels with the curves. Hold on a minute. Control Z that. Undo it! Undo it all! Okay. I'm gonna go straight forward with that, because that way all of my fastening screws are on the front and the back. I think that looks better than on the sides. Plus, I avoid... No, I don't. Well, I guess I could put the side screws here? I gotta think about this. Somebody was talking about smoke coming out of my ears earlier. They're not wrong. They're certainly not wrong. My brain hurts. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. So let's do, I guess front and back. It's front and back. Front und back. I'm gonna probably have to spend my Wednesday not streaming, but working on this, because this is a fair bit more comprehensive than I thought it was gonna be. It's gonna be really cool when it's done, but man, this is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I mean, just printing this is a bit of work, but I'm gonna have to both print and finish designing. Oh, that's right. Your mouse was developing a click problem. But like, yeah, how does the software know you're clicking and dragging versus click, click, click like that? It doesn't, and it gets it wrong sometimes. Man, that's so annoying. Choose one or the other. You can't make everybody happy. So yeah, my 3D printer is going to be printing a very large piece that has this weird curve to it. I don't know how it's going to do with that, if it's really going to fit together properly if I print this like this. It's fun watching. 3D printing, yeah. I don't know if it's going to be able to print that properly. I mean, if it printed it from the bed up, that would work, but I guess there will be more support stuff around here, so it's not really going to have to be, that's not going to be like a 70mm sheet that needs to be bent exactly. Oh man, this is complicated, chat. Look at what we've designed. My God. All right, view all the stuff. Boop, 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 boopity boopity boop. All the stuff that makes up the Norn and all this stuff. Yeah, so now I can make multiple solids that make up my different panels. So we're gonna start. We gotta do this a bunch of times, unfortunately. Object, all the way to the top. Bam, that's one panel. New body. We're not joining them together. If my 3D printer was a superstar, I wonder how few panels I could potentially do this in. Extract. This one. Well, I mean, I can, yeah, I guess what I can do is go back in time and do all the steps on each individual body. I think that's the way that I'll probably do it. We'll have to do some time traveling. Start from here. Distance. To object. Up here. No cut. New body. Look at these little intersections here. Craziness. Screwed this guy. Now I should probably model the screw. That would actually help me quite a bit. Well, but the problem is if I model the screw, then the temptation is going to be to make screw holes that are exactly the size of the screw, and I need an offset on the screw, so that actually creates a lot more work. It does help me render the device to see what it looks like. I'm a sucker for that, but I don't think I should emphasize it. New body. So yeah, we're going to be making sketches that'll then cut out all the features on these bodies. And I'll have to edit the original sketch to contain the holes. From object here to object up here. Not cut. New body. There we go. All right, so we built back up some of the features on this. But now I've got 4 individual bodies that are representing the different sides of the thing. So then I can come back and I can actually make a sketch to do the standoffs, as well as, yeah, this will work well, actually. This will actually work really well, because I can just make a side cutout here. Oh, the unfortunate part is that the panels are going to be really weird. I guess that's all right. That works fine. That works all right. All right. I may have to alter these standoffs down here. Well, I can keep these and then have a screw that goes through all of that stuff, and then it'll go to a post up here. That'll then go just a small post there. How's that going to work? So the Raspberry Pi plugs in after all's said and done. So these actually need to have clearances through the panel all the way to the end, so the Raspberry Pi can then, unless, I gotta think about this. It can come in from the side, and I could plug that in. Yeah, okay. I'll work it out. Chat. I got my tasks ahead of me for tomorrow. But what I'll do is alter that original sketch, the one down for the side panels, and produce basically a cutout for the standoff to sit in. And then it's just a matter of creatively placing those standoffs so that the circuit boards fit inside of them and install basically in them, as well as the top panel then attaching to them. And the thing is, because this is printing with this surface on the bed, I can kind of play around with it a little bit. My screw holes will obviously be a little bit weird, right? Because they're printing sideways. That was a burp altering my voice. Because these are printing sideways, those little features in it, those the little holes that are supposed to grip the screw they'll melt down a little bit, and they'll actually grip the screw better. So this is actually pretty good. This is pretty good. So it'll be a matter of putting the NORNS PCB into position, putting this on top of it. The NORNS PCB. Oh, yeah. So build up the sidewalls around the things. Screw that into the bottom piece. So Raspberry Pi screws it solely into the bottom piece. The NORNS will have side posts, but it won't have that side post. Ah, damn it. Maybe I need to alter the way that this works. Hold on. Let me think about this a little bit. The NORNS doesn't have to... Think. It doesn't need all of those plugs, although that one does kind of strengthen that. So maybe I think I need to have the posts come in from the other side. Dang it. I gotta undo all that work. Hello? Home. This is not the home view. There it is. Damn CAD program. All right, I think I need to have the curved panels on the front and the back. That way they have access to the 4 posts of the main body of the thing. And then I can have the posts come in from the sides. Like I said, the screws will grip the side panel, and then I'll have the 2 side walls, and those will have their own screws to hold it in. So it'll basically be bottom attaches to the PCB, or sorry, bottom attaches to the Raspberry Pi. The top goes down on top of that, and then the side panels slide into place and then attach that way. So that'll be the way that it's constructed. I don't know how to do all the fancy schmancy animation stuff on Fusion where you can like show that happening. It'd be cool to learn how to do, I guess, but I figure that the assembly process, you know, I gotta make a consideration for it because I don't want to be stuck with like a, you know, an impossible thing. So, all right, I think I'm done for the day. I want to thank especially the people who rated. We had a bunch of raters. We had oh, Baloo, thank you for the 100 bits. I missed that. Appreciate that. We even got popular enough. The exploded view animation should mostly just work. Okay, yeah, I guess I could try that at some point. But I still have a lot of modeling to do with this because I want to add a hex grating on it so that it gets air, because the thing gets the Raspberry Pi gets kind of warm, right? So we want to make sure to facilitate airflow through the thing. So I'll do hex grids, I'll do cutouts for the stuff, and then I'll figure out how my stupid screws are going to fit into this thing, and then I got to start printing it. I guess the button and the front face and the back face are ready to print, so I can start that and then get into this. Thanks for the Dutchie. I can't believe you haven't heard Dutch Angle before. Yeah, it's a very common thing to say. Coil Twitchbot. We got popular enough for Coil Twitchbot to give me 100 bits. Blue Owl gave 100 bits. We had Monk BLT Raid with a bunch of Zoomers. We had Encelendosaurus Raid with a party of 50. That was a great one. Thank you so much. And then Coderushed rated as well. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate this. So just to reiterate about my schedule, I am gonna be streaming Thursday and Friday, but I'm gonna play games. I want to play My Summer Car. I figured out all the stuff that we were doing wrong in the other one, and I've kind of familiarized myself with some things that are going on in that game. I might switch it up for Friday, but I'm not sure. It depends on how I feel. And then next week, I'm not going to be here. And I'm going to be back sometime after the holiday. Until January, I'm going to still stream games. Because it's the holiday, you know? It's just going to be like one person in the office. I love that time of year when nobody's around, everybody's taking their vacation, because you don't have to work. So I am going to play games until January, and then we're going to get right back into this stuff. We had a breakthrough today with Burn the Subs. I'm going to try to fit it inside of that wood box with the glass panel on it that my brother gave me. He was going to make a clock out of it. I think it would be fun for us to fit it to some Maker Beam and to make it, you know, wall mountable and all that stuff, but it will hold all of the stuff for Burn the Subs. We're just going to have to shrink it a little bit. We're going to have to make Burn the Subs a little smaller. And that we're going to do with a Raspberry Pi hat. I don't think I'm going to make a circuit board, but the temptation is real. So if we end up making a circuit board for the Raspberry Pi hat, so be it. It's going to be tough to plug in. We're probably going to have to use a D-sub connector for it. So inevitably, the thing I was trying to avoid was redoing all the wiring for Burn the Subs. Turns out, I'm going to end up redoing all the wiring for Burn the Subs. No choice. We're going to have to put it on a D-sub. D-sub connectors are great. They carry all kinds. It's like 5 amps a pin. It's crazy. Anyway, I will be back on Thursday, and we're going to be playing My Summer Car. So you guys be there, or else. What are people doing today? Long Dark Teardown. Oh, Rabaz is doing Teardown. That's fun. Buying my dog everything she touches is what Djibouti Show's doing. All right, you guys can spread off and go to wherever you need to be. If you're looking for me, I'm going to be in Discord tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of 3D design because we're not done. I got to get this enclosure done so I can get it to Julian, you know? I gotta be a good friend. I gotta get this thing done. I gotta ship OctoJ's stuff. That might be like one of the mornings in the near future. I got a lot of shit to do before I haul off and go to the other side of the planet. So I'll see you guys Thursday. Till then, something catchphrase. I don't have anything.